Hello everyone, hope you're doing great and welcome to this new video. This weekend was Robelus Riftbound League 1 hosted by my friend and fresh streamer Robelus, and he gave me the opportunity to bring to you guys the English broadcast of the cup. 6 rounds, 64 players engaged and a chance to qualify through the top 8 for the All-Stars event that will be held mid-December. By the way, edition 2 of the tournament is this Thursday at 6 PM Paris time, and I will also bring you guys the English broadcast on my channels. As per usual, if you like this type of content, feel free to let me know by clicking that like button or telling me right in the comment section. And with that being said, let's get started with the video. Perfect. Sorry guys for the delay. Needed to figure out how things worked, but now we're there. What? Why do I have top deck though? Yeah. Okay, great. Okay, perfect. So we are seeing Mastery on the bottom and Teemo on top. They left battlefields there though. But like, I think we are just in like that obelisk of power battlefield anyway. So we are seeing Teemo go first into Mastery. No, Teemo is going second, but Mastery did not manage to grab a single turn 1 play, I believe. No, we are on obelisk, so yeah. Teemo was going first. Sorry guys, I need to get myself back in there. So Teemo is going first in this game. Very important into Mastery, as going second can sometimes be tough. You have very few ways to deal with like these poros and stuff aside from Gust potentially going second, but then if they settle, it can be a hard time as Teemo clearing it. So we are going to see a find your center. He is considering that he's not going to have quote-unquote prio in this game anyway as going second, so might as well ramp and try to look for them big late game cards. So pretty interesting decision here already. We see Teemo conquering the Bundle tree, of course, one of the most... Are we bouncing Teemo? Oh, this guy probably does not know that you can hide Teemo from the champion zone, I guess. Or maybe he's trying to bluff. Potentially he's trying to bluff though. Like, right, this is Eden, right? Yeah, this is Eden. Okay, great. And we are hiding 2 cards right away, the Fight or Flight and the Teemo. So maybe we were trying to bluff indeed. Just so you guys know the ruling, you can now hide cards straight away from no champion zone if they have the Eden keyword, just as this Teemo does. The thing is, if you do so, they know it's Teemo, right? So maybe he was trying to bounce that Teemo up to the hand and then like bait, like, is it Teemo, is it not? We are going to see a Snapvine C play. Great answer to know if it's that Teemo or not. But potentially, we could use that Fight or Flight on that Traveling Merchant. So the interaction here is Snapvine says, choose an enemy unit at a battlefield, and then they punch each other in the face, and whoever has the highest mass kill the other. Basically, that's how Snapvine works. But then you could potentially Fight or Flight that Traveling Merchant back to base, so not only does it not die to the Snapvine, but also you proc that when I move effect, and that's exactly what we are seeing right there. So pretty cool play on Teemo's side. We are going to be dodging that Snapvine, and we are also going to move the Merchant to then pitch one and draw a card. So pretty good move there from Teemo in dodging that Snapvine. Was a lot of resources, but once again, remember that Teemo can bounce his Teemo's on board to the hand, so he could potentially get there with Merchant next turn, pitch one, draw one again, and then bounce back that Teemo to hide it again and benefit from the when you play me, give me +3 this turn effect once again. So pretty cool play so far we're seeing. Let me just adjust these things so I have chat working properly. Yeah, great. Do you guys hear me twice though? Because when I had the headset on, I heard myself twice, but I don't think that's the case anymore. I don't think we are double hearing me anymore. And the layout seems to be working still fine. Maybe I need to adjust chat a bit. So we... Yep. Correct. Yep. Says they are asking in chat. You can't see it, but they are asking in chat if Snapvine does or does not apply if you move out of the battlefield. But like, Snapvine is when you play me, choose an unit at a battlefield, and that's the exact same ruling as for Eden Blade and such. if they move out of the battlefield, they also dodge the effect at the same time, which is what happened with that traveling merchant being sent back to base because of fight or flight. Because you need to be able to find that target in the battlefield while resolving the card for it to work properly. And so we are pitching, once again, I think it was Sprite Call. I think we can check the trash. Yeah, it was Sprite Call that we did pitch to find that Fox, I think we drew. And then we are now using a stack deck to grab that Raven Bloom. We are going to be moving the Merchant once again to pitch the Raven Bloom and draw a Mundo. And we finally found our key piece of game plan in the Mundo. We are moving Raven Bloom to that Bundle tree, and then we are bouncing Teemo back to end. So just so you guys know, most Teemo lists these days are playing less items. This guy seems to be on a lot of items, so potentially a hybrid list, which I tend to like. I think items are key to Teemo's strategy, and they are also what we can call Mundo Turbo. In like, they want to spam the searchers slash draw one, discard one cards, just like Merchant right now, to basically cycle their ends, fill the trash, and then they have an opportunity to drop an enormous Mundo and move it around the board with like Ride the Wind, Flash, Fight or Flight, Tidebreaker that we see here, or Tide Turner maybe, rather, yeah, exactly. And so like, all of these cards together are used to move Mundo all around the board, and like Mundo just slays everyone and you win the game off of it. So we are hiding a card on Teemo's side. Once again, that Teemo that we talked about before being bounced and then I eaten again. We are hiding another Fight or Flight with that Merchant. Once again, potentially seeing that play of sending the Merchant back to base to draw an extra card and fill the trash for Mundo. We have that Fox that is also good in Master Yi, but maybe that's the call we want to discard, so we still have access to that Tidebreaker Mundo combo. Are we hiding Tidebreaker? We are indeed hiding Tidebreaker, so the plan right here seems to be, I'm going to be holding on that Bundle tree, and we see that we are already on 2 points on Teemo's side, so we really definitely want to hold. And then we are just going to get in there with the Snapvine. We know that we have Discipline, Engward, and Primal Trance. So we are not going to be able to hold that battlefield anyway as Teemo. There's way too much might coming. Right now it's a 6-in-6 trade. But later on it's going to be way more than that on Master Yi's side. And for those wondering, first of all, Master Yi could potentially defy that Fight or Flight that we see hidden there. But also Fight or Flight being hidden means that you can only target cards with within the specific battlefield it's hidden at for the effect. So we can't Fight or Flight that Snapvine to base, which could have been a reason to keep that Fight or Flight in hands. Because then if Snapvine is protected by buffs, which is the case here, we are going for that Discipline play, then most likely we would have wanted to just Fight or Flight it to base. Of course you would have gotten defied, but at least you force your opponent on having both buffs and defies to play around your Fight or Flight. Which you had, but like nothing you can be certain of. Or are we using that Tide Turner? Might as well to make it an 8-to-8 trade into Engward, but then we could potentially see Primal Trance. And that would be a problem for Teemo. Then Master Yi full taps, but like it's fine to full tap here as Master Yi because we are using that Engward, so now we are on 10-into-8 basically, because like Raven Bloom is 2, then Tide Turner is 2, and then Teemo is 4, so that's 8. I should maybe just bring out the pen, right? Let me just bring out the pen so I can like try to tell you about these things. But Engward is going to do its job, and we are going to see this Bundle tree cleared clean by Master Yi. And this Snapvine, I tell you what, is going to be very tough for Teemo to deal with. Because even though he can potentially Fight or Flight it to base, he already used 2 of them. One in the previous turn and one is hidden right now. So it's going to be a tough job recapturing that Bundle tree, which is so crucial to Teemo's game plan. At least in the early game. Now that we don't have that many Edens out there, most of them have been used and or discarded. Potentially we could be fine with not hiding cards next turn. But that's also one of the main strengths, is like the core strength is of Teemo. It's like you can either hide by using energy, or you can drop Mundo and then you can hide paying power, so not using resources to protect it. Charm is going to bring that merchant to the Snapvine. So merchant is dying, you can use fight or flight, but since, or you could use fight or flight, but since charm does not imply at a battlefield, fight or flight resolve, your unit goes to base, and then it's still the same unit, and it gets brought in by charm 2. You could have used that opportunity to trigger this merchant twice, if you really do want to like discard and draw. But that's not what we're seeing in the current scenario. So we are going to look at top deck and find Mundo, Fox, and we are going to be grabbing that Fox right away to try and deal with that Snapvine, which we might see success at doing, because we are only on 3 runes on Mastery side, which means we are not going to be able to use that Primal Strength as our primary defensive tool in that situation. And Fox could be used to regain advantage on that Snapvine. Maybe we drop that in base. Do we recycle? Interesting decision here. Thank you guys for the follows, by the way. Interesting decision here to decide to draw. I was sold on dropping that Clockwork already, because like might as well, you have runes, might as well use them. But the fact that you decide to draw, I think might be a bit of a misplay, since the threshold that you are looking for in Yi is like 8-9 runes, ideally 10 runes. Like 8 allows you to play both White Flame and Dead Bloom for sure, but then you'd rather be on like 9-10 runes open at the beginning of your turn, so you can also play Defy, and you can also play like potential End Wards that we see in the end. And the fact that you decide to recycle here means that, okay, you are playing on a low rune count, and next turn potentially your best play is like dropping that Yi champion, but might not be enough to be scary to Fox. Like for sure is not enough to be scary to Fox. So are we going to have to go Clockwork plus Primal Strength into that Fox? That would deal with Fox for sure, but like that's once again very expensive of a play. We are going to see Fox trading with that Snapvine most likely, because like even through End Wards, oh no, we are not trading through End Wards. Because like we are on 7, this Fox is on -3, so this Snapvine is on -3, so this Snapvine is 3. But then we punch with Fox, it comes to +2 with Yi, so it's 5. And then Engward makes it 7, so 7 into 7, we trade, and we can't hide our Console the Past, which is a risk we can't take. So we have to go for that Poro. This one we are absolutely certain we can clear. And then we want to hide that Console the Past to once again have more cards in the trash, and also gain a bit of card advantage. So we are tapping our last energy to hide that Console the Past, and then we are going to pass with that Fox on board and scoring our 3rd points. Quite a problem on Teemo's side that we did not manage to reach more than 3 points in the early game. Usually you want a bit more than that, and then you want to use Mundo to like finish things up. But potentially 3 is a bit too low of a point count to make that strategy viable right now. As you can see, we are holding on that Mundo, though never letting go of the Mundo, because it's the key piece to the strategy. We are going to see Charm being dropped once again to bring that Fox. Top deck Charm, I did not see that. What a good top deck here. Top deck Charm, we are bringing Fox into Snapvine, and then Snapvine is +2 because of his effect, so it's 8 in 7. What a trade. And we know that they have only 1 card in hand, so we decide to defy that Console the Past, making sure that Teemo is not getting any advantage out of it, and still stuck on 1 card in hands. Tough situation here, and then we are seeing that Fox die, and the board is once again empty. Yi is going to have to push with that Clockwork, and we need to find another play from the top deck to try and reconquer, which is going to be tough, not gonna lie. Tough times ahead for Teemo. We might see this game slipping away. We just have to pass here. Realistically, what's the Oh, this is a great top deck. I was about to say, what are the best top decks that Teemo could see? It's either Fox or Singularity to try and retake that board. Right now, we are going to use that Singularity, but we can save the Snapvine through Engwatch, and then Teemo can't do anything. So, are we just dropping Mundo? Or are we playing that Singularity? We are trying to play that Singularity. But once again, Yi found that answer in the Engwatch that is going to save the Carnivorous Snapvine. And then we're just going to be passing as Teemo there. Wait. Wait, what? Wait, what? Huh? Why do we let it die though? I think that's a misplay. I don't see a reason you let that card die for free. Like, you had that rune open, you just had to engward its life, and then you can use it to recapture the next battlefield, and then game is most likely over because you are on 6 points. Teemo has empty boards and can't drop Mundo right in the win, which we see in end. But right now, that could make a bit like more of a difference, because like we can drop that Mundo, we can pass, and we are not losing that game. Whereas if we saw that Carnivorous in one battlefield and that Yi conquer, and we just did this play, we were passing and losing the game to like double holding 8 points. But now we are only on 6 of them, and so that Mundo could be enabled by right the win next turn, and we could see it fighting for the boards. Most likely Yi's best play here. Oh, we are seeing that first mate drop though. I do not like it, because most likely the only way out, like, it's ganking, you get to 7, and then like I could see that, but then why like just keep 8 runes open to play doubled primal threats, and you just outmight that Mundo anyway, right? Like, now we could lose to potentially something that would, like, yeah, exactly that you want to outcast that Katchouze the past. Oh, Mundo recycle beginning turn. I'm trying to type in the chat so they can see. Mundo has to recycle 3 cards at the beginning of yeah, they are doing so. Mundo needs to recycle 3 cards at the beginning of every turn, so he was on 15, it goes down to 12 might because Mundo is +1 might for each card in the trash. But then we are able to get on that Katchouze the past that allows us to draw true extra cards. Then we are going to get that Stupefy that also will allow us to stack the trash and draw an extra card again, potentially on that Yi. And then are we able to outmight one of them Primal Strengths? I think so. I think we are going to be able to outmight one of them Primal Strengths here. So we are going to see Mundo get there. And the only way out for Teemo there is Ride the Wind. And we don't have DeFi as Master Yi. We don't have DeFi there. So what are we seeing? I think we should just Stupefy, see if we see a playable card to try and stack the trash even more. I think we should have Stupefied, because if we draw a card that is not an action nor a reaction, we pretty much want to use it now to stack the trash and make sure Mundo is big enough, because that's basically the only option so far, right? But we are still thinking. We are obviously moving that Mundo back to base here with that Rider Wing seeing play. We are going to see a Primal Strength drop, so that he is now hate because of his passive. I should probably put it in yellow, right? Let me just put it in yellow. Here. So that he is now hate. With Primal Strength, it gets to like 15. Yeah, this. So 15. Then Stupefy, so it's now 14. And we draw another Stupefy, so stacking for Mundo again. Mundo is now 15. That's the clutch row that we needed. That's exactly the clutch row that we needed. Because now we could play that Engwatch to get that +2. But Stupefy would make up for the difference. That's the exact clutch row that we needed. And Mundo seems to be getting there. Will we see the comeback on Teemo's side? I think we are seeing it. Because we are thinking on his side, but might as well use that Engwatch, and that's exactly what we are going to see. So we are getting to that 16 might, I think it was like 8 plus 7, 15, minus 1, 14. Yeah, we are getting to that 16 might scenario, but then Mundo is now plus 15. And we are killing that E. Oh, so Mundo is not 15, Mundo is plus 15, so we were killing that E anyway. Okay, so Mundo ride the wind, finding the comeback in the game. We are going to use 2v5 to draw a potential... Oh, Katchouze is super good there. We are for sure hiding that Katchouze. And now Yi has no boards and no way to come back in this game if he does not find an answer in potentially that clockwork draw. So we are going to be recycling once again with that clockwork to find the Zhonya. Not a great call at that timing. We would have much rather loved to see the Zhonya last turn. And now we are dropping Zhonya and we are probably passing turn. Thanks for the follow, Eravel. Welcome here. Monk being drawn on Teemo's side. Not such a great card to have in this scenario. We are going to be recycling 3 from Mundo here. And Mundo is still big enough. So this is not Mundo's value, by the way. This is Mundo's effect. So now we are on 19 might on Mundo. And we have that Katchouze the best available. And we could draw 2 cards. I think Teemo is in the driver's seat right now. He just needs to make sure he set up big enough of a base. Oh, that is so sick to draw. Yordle here is pretty good. He just needs to make sure he's setting up big enough of a base to be able to reconquer anytime. And then that game is over. We kind of want to see that ride the wind to make sure we could potentially go Mundo ride the wind in case of extreme need. But maybe we are just dropping Mundo in base. Like, they are so big. I guess recycling twice is not that much of a problem. That's what we are going to see. Double Mundo in there? Huh. I mean, we have Flash though. So like, if they try and conquer, we could potentially flash them back to base. Yeah, we are flashing them. Just one of them, I guess. Yeah, we are just flashing one of them. And then we can conquer the other battlefields. Makes sense. Makes sense. We are just... I think it's just a bit greedy into DeFi, no? I mean, no, like, if they DeFi here, you just untap Mundo to base, and next turn, if they conquer, you can punch. No, it's great play, actually, from Flash Shadow there. Great play from Teemo there. Because, like, if they DeFi that Flash, you just, like, move Mundo back to base, and then you can just, like, punch next turn if they try to conquer and play for a hold. It's a great play from Flash Shadow here. And we are now in that reconquer or lose scenario where you have to fight both Mundos being 21 might, and we are going to see a scoop, and it's now 1-0 on Flash Shadow's side. Great game. Exactly the top decks we needed at the time we needed that, but also exactly the execution we needed on Flash Shadow's side. Execution, sorry, like pretty good play on his side in my opinion. Thank you guys for the photo, by the way. I'll be focusing on casting them games, but thank you for the support. Means the word for sure. No news from my Discord potential friends that would want to jump in on the cast. Nope, no news yet. Everything good. See, we are still solo casting as of now. We are going to see Master E go first this time. Teemo did go first in the previous game, but like, I don't feel it had that much of an impact. Because like, sure, Teemo was able to gain 2 of them early points, but most likely when you are going first as Teemo, you are hoping to like grab at least 3-4 of them points. But like, that Snapvine did put a huge work in there. Like, did work a lot and cleared the battlefields, won the trade, but we were able to find our way back in this game with like the Mundos and the Ride the Wind. Great execution here once again on Flash Shadow's sides. So we are going to be placing battlefields there. Could they clear battlefields that they're not using though? I mean, it's fine. Let's just have them play the game and not bother them. It's okay. Like, you guys get that the battlefield that is there. I mean, I could maybe ask. Okay, I asked. So let's see what they say. Okay, great. They are clearing them. Perfect. Perfect. They did clear them. So it's much better. Much better for the stream POV there. So we are going to see Master Yi go first. And we are missing on that turn one. The mulligan is pretty bad. And we are not seeing it turn one. So we are just going to have to pass. Huh. Tough start for Master Yi. So basically Teemo going first once again there. Are we going to drop that Zhonya? Yeah, makes sense. But that's not pressure. That is not board pressure there. And we have both Merchant and Stack deck to start digging through the deck. So the Teemo game plan is going on already. We are seeing that Stupefy. I think we are grabbing that Stupefy for sure. Again, extra draws, extra stacking for the trash. And digging for that Mundo. We are taking that Sprite code. And we are most likely dropping the Merchants here. Not taking Stupefy is an interesting decision. But we have such a great starting end there. And we are also dropping Ravenbloom. Huh. So we want to try and ult that Grove, I guess, is the plan. I was kinda interested in seeing like drop Merchant, grab Stupefy, and then next turns we can already like add 2 extra cards in the trash for free. But are we trying to go for a hold on that Grove? We are playing for the Warren. Okay. So we are now pitching that Guerrilla Warfare too early to make it work properly. And then we are also drawing that Fight or Flight from it. Pretty good card that we say could work in the early game. Also allows us to play around Snapvine and stuff. And we are using that Sprite code to get that double conquer in the early game. Sprite code, if you guys don't know the card, is basically Sprite Mother but without the Mother's body. So you just drop a 3 might active Sprite that has temporary. Will allow us to grab 2 of them early points, and then we are hiding that Teemo there, most likely, to try and get a holding scenario going. Which is not so bad. But then, Qiyana with Zhonya's trades with it. Like, they are pushing with Qiyana, you have to flip Teemo, otherwise it dies, because Sprite is cleared and you don't have control of the battlefield, so you flip Teemo. Qiyana kills Teemo and dies, but like Qiyana has Zhonya's. And then Sprite at the beginning of your turn dies to temporary. So you don't get that hold. Also they have Discipline, but it's not enough to outmight both the Sprites and the Teemo. So I'd say you potentially go for that play there. I could see that Teemo is going to be eaten there. So he was indeed, he knows you can hide from the champions, and so it was indeed a bluff last turn to try and hide from the hands and mess with the opponent's knowledge. Pretty good play on his hand. Like, potentially he was not aware, but like if he is aware, that the play made sense, as we discussed earlier. So like, yeah, pretty good to see that he was indeed aware and the play made sense. Now we know that we are going to be hiding that Teemo there, so no need to like hide that intel. It's rather obvious that we are going to go for that play. And then the Fight or Flight to protect the Ravenbloom. And like this time we are in that scenario of trying to snag 4 of them early points, as I was talking about earlier. Most of the time you are aiming for 4 of them if you are playing into Rampy as Teemo in the early game. We are going to see Qiyana decide not to face the Teemo, which was potentially the best course of action. Because like right now, like either they go Fight or Flights on Ravenbloom, but you have Defy, then you conquer, then you cleared Ravenbloom. I think they used Fight or Flight on Ravenbloom, probably. Like they did not pay Deflect, so they might have not used it on Qiyana. Most likely they used it on Ravenbloom to try and save it. Qiyana is going to conquer. But then you are giving double draw to a Mundo deck. and holding too. And they did not need to flip Teemo, they will need to flip it at the beginning of next turn. But then they can drop a unit in there, bounce Teemo back, hide it again, and it's big again, and or to conquer. Interesting decisions here on his side. And he's going to try and ramp. Once again, as Yi, you want to get to that like 8, 9, ideally 10 runes thresholds to be able to find room in your place to play them Engwards and Disciplines and Defies on top of your 8 might, 8 cost units. So we are going to see Qiyana ramp, and then are we going for a first mate play? We are going for Sabotage. So we are getting rid of that Rebuke. Not so bad. Rebuke is a top tier card in the Yi matchup. Like being able to Rebuke either the White Flame target or the White Flame itself or the Dead Bloom is for sure expensive, but it is also what could help you like get that extra turn that you need to win the game. Because like we've seen that game 1 ended up in a pretty close scenario in which like Yi had to retake or lose, and in that scenario, if they try to go ahead and retake and you just drop that Rebuke, they can't defy it because it's 2 power already. So that just wins you the game on the spot. And we are going to be syncing with the intel that we now have of a potential Fox dropping in the upcoming turns, and most likely a Merchant seeing play in base. But like once again, that Sabotage is like, if you want to play Sabotage, I think you have to come and fight that Teemo. Like, okay, you are not conquering with that Qiyana this turn, but then like you got knowledge of the end because of Sabotage, but they are drawing 2 cards of good. So like not so sure it's exactly what you want to do if that's the course of action you are looking for. Because now we are going to be flipping that Teemo in the beginning phase while the Sprite is activating temporary to kill itself in the game. And then we are going to see Teemo hold, and we are going to draw an extra card. Exactly that. Now we could potentially set up several of the merchants in base, but I would rather prefer we set up one in the Grove and then we bounce Teemo and we hide Teemo again. Yeah, that's exactly the play we are going for. Great play again on Teemo's side. So we are bouncing Teemo, then we are going to be hiding it again, and probably setting up that merchant. I think you could bluff with Teemo, but I think you'd rather keep that Fight or Flight in end because you have exactly the runes to play it, and potentially it is a strong play. Oh, wait. Only tapping one, yeah, probably was misclick. Only tapping one to hide. I could have seen paying power to hide the Teemo and keeping 2 runes to hide that Fight or Flight. I could have seen that, but we decide not to do so, and we are conservative on the resources here. Because we could have moved that merchant with the Fight or Flight, and then like Teemo is enough to hold the stuff. I mean, it also means they have to attack. Probably they are not attacking because Fight or Flight is an action, not a reaction. Potentially they're not attacking this turn. But like if they have first mate, which they do have, they could also try to push a play with Qiyana. In like send Qiyana back to base, first mates, Qiyana goes to the other battlefields, and then try to play with that discipline to clear some of them units. And I think that's what we're going to play, yeah. Because now we could kill everything, both merchants and Teemo, and we get to have Qiyana alive in base because of Zonies. So this only plays slightly poorly into Singularity, but into most of the stuff this is pretty good. I kinda like that play. I think it's, yeah. And I think that's also one of the reasons you could have kept that rune open to play that Fight or Flight potentially. Which would have gotten defied, but like once again you put them on like, do you have it or not, right? I don't think they defied in that game. Oh, I'm on pen feature, my bad. They did defy, okay. So we could play around the fact that they potentially don't have another one. So we are going to see that discipline drawing into primal trends. Seems like we are at least on 2, maybe on 3 of these primal trends though. So we are going to see that discipline eating the Kiana. Then we are killing everything, but Zhonya brings this back to base. I would have loved this play the previous turn too. I think this was the play the previous turn too. Because, okay, it was a bit slower, but I mean, like, you're rampy, like, you're fine being slow. In my opinion. Like, this was a bit slower for sure, but this was also minus 2 cores in hand and a point for Teemo, which is a lot of value. Because now Teemo is grabbing these 4 early points that we were talking about earlier. In like, he's going to be conquering with merchants, and then he's going to be on 4 points, and there's not much you can do about it as he is. So Teemo kinda... It's also going to be 5 now. Teemo kinda made it to the point where, like, if he draws Mundo and a way to make it move through the fields, he's in a really good spot. He's in a really, really good spot. Because then, like, you draw Mundo, you go ride the win, you conquer, score 1, you potentially move to the other battlefields through ride the win, sorry. So, like, you drop Mundo in base, okay? Set up for a turn. Then you conquer, like what it is the previous game. You conquer, you score 1. Then you ride the win to the other battlefield, you score 2. And then if you hold, you score 3. So 5 is a dangerous threshold for Yi. 5 points for Teemo is a dangerous threshold for Yi. We are going to see that Sprite Call. We are going to see Merchants get in that grove. We are just getting, and we are finding the ride the wind. Obviously, Yi has Defy, but that's one of the combo pieces that we need. And if we see several of them, we are in a good spot. Now we are going to conquer with that Sprite Call, discard the Ride the Wind to find the Rebuke, which is also pretty decent in that scenario of like trying to get to that end game. And we are just going to pass with 6 runes open. Unfortunately, we did not find a play though. Something as like Yodel would have been pretty cool. Are we going to rebuke that Kiana? I don't think so. Like, there's no point in doing that. You pay 3 power, then you just die to first mate, and Sprite kills itself at the beginning of the turn. Like, there's no point in interacting with this. You just let it go through. Yeah, exactly. Kiana is going to conquer, potentially drawing us a card, because now we are in a decent spot, rune-wise. We are clock working. I could see that, but then that means that we are passing because we are seeing that angle. Because like the rest of our options are like power angry, and we don't want to pay a power now. So like I don't think like you for sure don't want to charm, and I don't think you want to push with that first mate. So yeah, we are passing on 6 runes. I mean, that's fine. We have that strength and that defy and that angle to value them. So I could see that. Oh, and that fox is going to be punished pretty harsh there. Because Kiana is going to drop down to 1, but then they can just use Primal. And Kiana is 8 again. And 8 is more than 7, as you guys know already. So pretty tough time. Yeah, we are using that Primal. And Fox is just going to die. And it's most likely game over, not gonna lie. Because we, like, what we saw in the previous game was like we have that scenario in which we can align both Mundo and Ride the Winds to work around the board and clear everything last minute. But like we don't have neither Mundo nor Ride the Wind, and even if we manage to draw both, we have Ride the Wind defied and game is over. So I think he is in a pretty good spot to win that game. So Kiana is now 8 mates. 8 plus 1. Like it's -3 from Fox, and then Primal Strength is +7. So it's now 8. It's not a trade. Did they miss it? Or am I dumb? Like this is +7, right? Yeah, I'm not dumb. It's fine. We are going to see Rebuke there on that Kiana, so paying 3 runes to also pay for the deflect costs, which we can't defy, because like it pays 2 power base. But then, like, this Fox is not so hard to beat next turn. Like, you just... Like, Kiana is going back to base. But, like, you just have to bring a unit to a battlefield. Like, first mates. then you charm Fox in there, you play Engward, at least they trade. Like, if you want to get rid of Fox, you have an easy way out. And if you think it's fine to give them time, which I think is not the case, you could also, like, drop Kiana in base, wait a turn, and then you have free charm. Like, you charm Fox in, and then you Engward and it's 8, and it kills the Fox. But I think you need to charm to make sure they are not getting away with some, like, top deck tricks, potentially. Like, you just get in there with the first mate, left one, you draw a card. If you draw either Discipline or Engward, it's, like, sick as hell. Oh, we see Blitzcrank, though. Wait a minute. I don't like Blitzcrank in E, let me tell you that. But I think in this specific scenario, Blitzcrank is sick. Because, like, once again, it's just exactly as Shrom says. It's an enemy unit, so even if you move it around, in the end it comes back to the battlefield. So, like, in this scenario, I mean, we had Charms already. So, Charms were doing the job. I don't think, like, Blitzcrank is clutch there. So, for 7 runes, we are going to attack with that Master Yi. Oh, that's the greedier play there. Oh, no, we are just getting there and using that Charm. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. We are getting there. Like, do you want to drop Yi, though? Huh. Potentially? I mean, that's better on board and you have the ganking, so probably you want to drop Yi. I'm just always down to keep that Accelerate alive, as long as you don't have Dead Bloom or Soft Seagulls to make up for it in your hands. But also, this play is way more efficient board-wise and is on top deck, so I could see it. Yeah. This is probably the best course of action. I mean, trading first mate was not that bad though. Potentially you want to keep Yi. Because, like, you bring first mate into zone, you score, you charm, Engward, kill both, and then you send Clockwork to go to Grove. They are on top deck, empty boards, and if they manage to pull any chip tricks, you have that E Accelerate to deal with them. So I think I was down to trade the first mate there. But, like, I mean, it's fine, not much of a difference. And probably is winning off that play, so I could see that. We are going to see Stupefy drawing into Fox, but we can't accelerate it now. So we will have to pass and pray for next turn to be better. But then, he is going to draw 2 cards beyond 7 points, and we need to reconquer both battlefields. Which, let me tell you what we are not doing through DeFi and Wards. We just have to pass there and pray for the top deck, but, like, there's no way out, in my opinion. For Teemo, we did not manage to find the pieces of the puzzle. And funnily enough, even missing turn 1, he managed to, like, scramble his way to the late game, where he's king, undisputed. We are thinking on Teemo's side, which is fair. Like, that game is almost over anyway. So fair to take some time to think and see if there's a way out, but I can already tell you, there is most likely no way out, in my opinion. We are going to drop that Fox in base. Okay, so potentially opting for another Fox top deck or something like that next turn, but we already used one of them. Because, like, I don't see exactly what we could be looking for in potential top decks that would make this Fox that much better. Potentially Singularity, but then we are losing to, like, Engward's Discipline and stuff. Huh? Oh, we are charming. I thought we were accelerating that Fox, but we are just charming it right there. Okay, so makes sense. So Fox is dead. Once again, the double charm puts in a lot of work. And then we just have to drop... I think we drop Fiffolk in Grove and retreat the rest. Okay, that's not the decision we were looking for. Because Fiffolk in Grove and retreating the rest, we dropped Kiana, so we were on 7 runes. Would have full tapped us, but, like, there's no way they have a top deck that is efficient at clearing everything. And then if they clear Fiffolk, we draw with channel. But anyway, this game is over. And we are now on a tight score between both players. So 1 and 1 here. I have to update the scores. It's fine. I mean, let me just do this. Here, there, and then we have 1, 2, 1. Not playing the Fox there was always not correct because there is no top deck that lets you win from Teemo's PRV if you keep it. He was on 8, so he's on 10. Potentially Ride the Wind if they don't have... Like, I think Ride the Wind is winning. Like, next turn, if they don't have Defy or Engward or Discipline, you go Fox left, then Ride the Wind to the right. It's potentially winning. I think it is. Depending on what they drop also. But, like, in this scenario, you are anyway on a... I hope they don't have anything, because else I'm losing that game. And, like, you are losing indeed. I think Fox Ride the Wind was winning. I might be wrong, but like it was Yi on the right, and then it was First Mate and Poro on the left, I think, or the opposite, like whatever. Like you Fox, then Ride the Wind, kill both. Potentially could do something. If they don't do anything once again. Like if they have any counter, you just lose the game. But like it is what it is. So we are dropping Ravenbloom in base, met by Poro, so both players having a turn 1 this game. And we are going to see Ravenbloom conquer that starter pick. Strong battlefield for Teemo going first, because we are going to be on a lot of runes. Accelerating potentially that Mundo play. We are seeing that Kai'Sa. Ooh. Okay, spicy tech that I know about. This Kai'Sa basically is a Ride the Wind turbo. I don't think it's like crack broken, but it can definitely snag wins away. So the plan is, this Kai'Sa says, when you conquer, you can play a spell from your trash, which costs less than your points. So his goal there is to be on 2 points, basically at least on 3 points at least, so he can conquer with Kai'Sa, use its effect. Drop Kai'Sa, use Ride the Wind, conquer with Kai'Sa, use its effect, play Ride the Wind again, move to the other battlefield, and like it's a cool, fun way to snag points in Teemo. Sort of a pseudo mid-game Mundo, less expensive but less effective, but the tech is pretty interesting. So once again, if you guys did not understand, it's like you drop Kai'Sa here, then you Ride the Wind here, you conquer. Since you conquer, you can activate Kai'Sa's effect, you replay Ride the Wind, and you get there, and you conquer again, and you can use Kai'Sa's effect to play something like Stupefy or Consult, draw cards, and then you can bring Kai'Sa back to base and do it all over again next turn. That's the plan. So you have to recycle the cards that you are reusing with Kai'Sa, but then like, if you manage to do all this, like you did what you had to do, right? Kai'Sa was already worth it. So we are going to see that Ravenbloom being traded. We are just going to decide on playing for the opposing battlefields with that Ravenbloom set up with a Consult. We managed to take down both Teemo and Ravenbloom through that Primal Strength, which is once again pretty good Primal Strength in that spot, because then we get rid of that annoying Teemo that every turn is going to bounce back to end, then be eaten again, then bounce back to end, then be eaten again, and so on and so on. But we are on a pretty low score on Teemo's side, and we are on a pretty high rune count on Yi's side. So I feel like potentially Yi is in a good spot. Also, we've not seen any of them big top end cards on Yi's and game 1 and game 2. So potentially is on no White Flame, no Dead Bloom. Like that would be weird. But maybe he's on some sort of a budget build or something. We are going to use that Consult, drawing 2 extra cards, and then we are dying to that Poro as a 3-might Ravenbloom into a 5-might Poro. Because shield plus Yi is passive. So I guess you just get to accept that there's not much more you can do there. As Teemo, I don't think we are going to see a Ride the Wind being dropped to reconquer the other battlefield. That wouldn't, in my opinion, not make sense. We need to keep it to combo with either Kai'Sa or a potential Mundo, and we have Sprite Call to reconquer next turn. So are we trying to dig for a potential Stupefy? Yeah, that I could see that. I could see that in like if I draw something good. Ooh. Then we are now 4 on 4. Huh. Goodule wants to collaborate. Yeah. Give me a second. Let me just collaborate with my Goodule friend. Here, I think. I guess accept is the pawn. Yeah, accept is the plan for sure. So we are now the French Riftbound crew, I guess. He drew the second stupefy. Yeah. So now second stupefy, like he was fishing for a potential trade in like 4-match Ravenbloom into 4-match Poro. But now second stupefy is like super good because Poro is dead. You conquer during your opponent's turn, during his turn, and you are almost certain, if not certain, of holding. So you are now scoring 1. You are scoring 1. If you're in Flash Shadow spot, you are scoring 1, and then the next turn, like you start your turn, you are holding already with that Ravenbloom, and so you channel a rune and you score an extra point. So these stupefies were 2 draws and 2 points and a rune. Extremely effective there. Extremely effective there. Also, I can see that play because we had the option to either drop Fight or Flight or Sprite Call if like things went wrong. Like if they defy a stupefy, we can just like drop Fight or Flight and or Sprite Call to buff that Ravenbloom once again, and then it still outrates Poro. Yeah, I do agree with you, Chief. Potentially Teemo wins this one. Like he's in such a great spot now. And we are we using that Fight or Flight? No, we are using that Ride the Wind there to deal with that first mate, but we were in control of that battlefield, so we are not conquering. Pretty interesting interaction though. If you guys don't know, the player that applies the contested status to a battlefield first, so the attacker basically, will always remain attacker, which means their first mate was attacker and did not have the +2 from Yi, because Ravenbloom moved in there after. The first player to apply contested status was first mate. But I don't think they drew, because like they had control of these battlefields already. They score, sorry. Like, can someone confirm? I think they don't score, because like they moved out then moved in. They don't score, yeah, we agree. Tu tac le Ride the Wind score pas. Tu avais le contrôle du BF au début du tour. Même si il t'a charme. Je crois bien, ouais. Yeah. So just speaking French to tell them, because they are French players. Only from holding now. Yeah. I think that was the thing here. But he wasn't holding in that turn. Je vais double check au cas où. I'm not certain. Like, I've not seen this scenario. How could we check that though? Let's just go to the rules section. Ride the Winds. Rulings. But there are tons of rulings with Ride the Wind. In combat, onto another can you ride the wind targeting in? Ride the wind into combat. Not so sure I can find that. Okay, pretty fast. He had the conquer already. Yeah, I think so. I think so, but not sure. Not like 100% certain. I might be wrong. We are seeing that Sprite Call drop though. And we are setting up... Is it another Teemo? No, we are setting up the Teemo from Champions Zone. We did not have it die this game yet. So we are setting up that Teemo with the Sprite Call to try and get a hold of that started pick. And once again, we are in such a great spot. We also have access to that recall to potentially not only buff that Raven Bloom, but also protect it in case of needs. We are going to see fight or flight most likely there. We are seeing recall first, okay. Are we recalling Raven Bloom? We seem to be recalling Raven Bloom, okay. Fight or flight was great too though. But like I could see you keeping your resources to try and protect the battlefield that you want to ramp with. Yeah, Ibna is right. Okay, Ibna is right. Okay. Great. Great. So this was fixed. We are blitz cranking that sprite away. But Teemo is going to C-play there to keep the hold of the battlefields. So Teemo is still in there. And then we are going to be able to channel an extra rune and draw an extra card. And we see that fight or flight. Why would you fight or flight there? Huh? Wait, what? So you are fight or flighting that blitzcrank to base. Potentially I could see. But like, not to hand, right? And then like that sprite dies anyway. Because now he procs passive and defending alone. Wait, what was that? Huh? So they scooped? Okay, they left the game, so they scooped. I think they saw fight or flight, and they scooped. I would have loved to see more about that one. But like they are on 6, they get to 7 holding, and if they have a way to conquer, it's game over. So they fight or flight that blitz to base to make use of their runes. And then they have access to something like potentially Ride the Wind Kaisa, and maybe they showed their opponents. I think potentially they showed their opponent in like... So Yi conceded. Teemo won. Yi conceded, that's for sure. Potentially like they use the runes to fight or flight blitzcrank to base. And then they say like, okay, I have like Kaisa, Ride the Wind or something like that. So I can just beat down first mate and they are, okay, I lose, I scoop. I think that's what happens. Alright, so back to English, guys. We are watching that game of Kaisa Mirror. I picked it randomly because I don't have the matchups yet. But it is a Kaisa Mirror. And we are seeing probably me on the bottom start, dropping that Raven Bloom and conquering that Dreaming Tree. We are on both Dreaming Trees game 1 though. And that Tariq playmat. Emotional damage. We are conquering on cases on a problem side. I need to use names because now we are on Kaisa into Kaisa. So we are conquering on problem side. And we are using that cleave to try and challenge on either side. Or are we going to see a potential answer here? In like potentially recall, potentially X-Tech Ray. Or are we just going to let that Raven Bloom die? I guess. Like it's a pain using X-Tech Ray there. So you are using Retreat to draw the extra card with the Dreaming Tree. Makes sense there. And channeling the extra rune, of course, a lot of value over time. And you really don't want to X-Tech Ray a sentry that is going to draw a card and still use your body. So that makes sense. Using Prio on hidden side to drop that cleave forced us to use that retreat there and still lose a bit of tempo, but we also gained a lot of resources, so far it's fine. So far so good, as we say. I can put myself somewhere else, but then I have to add chat, but I guess it's fine. I could be somewhere like here, potentially. And then we are on round 2, by the way. We are on round 2. Okay, great. Perfect. So... sorry for that a bit of scramble, but we there and we in the game. Now that we conquered, we have access to both players' hands. And we did play that cleave, so we have a pretty good hopeful setup here on Eden's side that allows us to both have Hopeful and... Okay, so we decide not to drop that Hopeful after playing that Cliff. Interesting decision here. Or we're trying to play around potentially Falling Star, Stupefy, something like that. Pretty interesting that we don't see that Hopeful see the drop hit the boards. Yordle is going to conquer on the opposite side. We have the runes to try and play with the Void Seeker. We are going to see Ray dropped on that sentry here, potentially met with a Void Seeker, and we are going to see a Stupefy play to try and draw 2 extra cards from that Dreaming Tree. These games in which both Kai'Sa players are on Dreaming Tree means so much card advantage. Like, we are going to see a lot unfold there. Like, look at his hand. We are on turn 3. He has like 8 cards in hands. Pretty big stuff there. Yo, Yakub, how you doing, brother? That Yordle is still holding strong. I kinda don't see why you would not drop Hopeful if you are not planning on using that Void Seeker to deal with the boards. Because, like, you basically wasted 4 runes there. And a turn of Kai'Sa's Legends ability. Like, maybe they retreat and, like, you void quote-unquote for nothing. But I'd assume it's fine. You cycle the core that's, like, not sick in that game state. Both players already have a lot of runes. Void is only good on red Kai'Sa, but will not help at dealing with, like, both Darius and Foxes in the future. So we are now dropping that Noxus. Helpful, and potentially we are also dropping another one, but once again that would deny the potential Voids, which could probably be fine, because then we don't have Kai'Sa's Legend effect available up until next turn. So paying a power for a, like, not so good Void maybe is not what we want to see. Did you decide to stream more than just Wednesday evening? I'm streaming every Wednesday, plus when I have a good reason to do so. And Friday was PAX Leaks, so good reason to do so. And today is Robalassis Cup 1. So once again, good day to do so. So we are indeed now dropping that second Helpful. Pretty interesting in why we did not drop it on turn 2. But we do have a great base setup right now. We also have a Falling Star on probably Miss side, but does not deal well with them Hopefuls. They are just a bit too beefy there. So we are going to see Ravenbloom try and conquer that Dreaming Tree. And we are drawing into a Sentry, which is pretty decent here. Because, like, we want to develop. Also, Kai'Sa Accelerate could be a play we would consider here into the other Dreaming Tree. But we were potentially fishing for something like a retreat or something to protect it. We are not going to be dropping the Kai'Sa. At least not now. Conquering with that Hopeful, now we just need to develop in base. We are going to see that Falling Star. It's one of the Hopefuls twice, I'd say. Yup, that's what we're seeing there. And we are just going to retreat it. At least it's not in that Dreaming Tree, so we force retreat in a suboptimal spot in this game. Which I guess is fine. We are pretty happy with that on Problem's side, and we are also ahead on tempo, so not like we need to push for the board. And we are passing with 4 runes open and a potential X-Tech Ray available. Eden has a lot of runes, but not a lot of options. He has Stupefies though, so potentially he could grab those options from the top of the deck. But right now, Darius seems like the only play that would realistically put in work in that scenario. We have to be careful though, because, like, if we go Darius into Hopeful and we get hit with X-Tech Ray, we could lose the Darius. So we'll have to use one of them Stupefies on that Noxus Hopeful if we want to make sure we trade it properly. And we are seeing Hopeful try to go ahead and conquer. Will be met with a Ray. So now Hopeful does not die, but dies to Ravenbloom if this goes on. So we trade, which was not the case before. Hopeful was standing. And we are seeing king there for a potential Void Seeker play on that Raven Bloom. Pretty interesting decision here. So we make sure that Hopeful survives. We still have the runes to play that Darius. We would just need to be careful. No, we did not use any cord yet. So we are using that Seeker here to kill that Raven Bloom. And now we need to be careful, because then Darius could potentially miss that. Like, we just want to drop Darius, restand it, and then we want to stupefy that Hopeful potentially to draw 2 cards, and push with Darius, and potentially stupefy the Hopeful if we get met with like a Ray or something. I think is the plan. So we are seeing Darius drop. Oh no, it's Kai'Sa, my bad. It's Kai'Sa seeing play here. Same cost, because we drew that cleave. So now we have a much better play in Kai'Sa cleave that will also draw one of the Dreaming Tree and one of Kai'Sa. Pretty strong play there, because we drew that cleave off the top. And now, problem is in that scenario of you have to reconquer, but you don't have the board anymore. We still have that Darius that could go around making a rampage though. Darius being dropped in base most likely, and then we are dropping another one of them units to stand it and try to force that Kai'Sa at least. But it's going to be met with a retreat, with a lot of value, because like then they channel a rune, they will be on 12 rune next turn, they draw a card. Like there's so much utility, they manage to generate so much card advantage through them Dreaming Trees. And yeah, Hidden is now in a great spot. He will have 12 runes. He will have most likely a hold. He has the hold. And he has options to deal with this Darius too. In Falling Star. In Stupefy's Void Seekers potentially too. And he could also deal with the base. But do you want to give your opponent that kind of card advantage? I'm not certain. We are just going to see Falling Star eat the Darius there. We keep that Void Seeker to potentially play around that Kai'Sa next turn. And then 5 runes tapped. We are going to see another accelerated Kai'Sa to come and try to conquer. Of course, she got back to end thanks to retreat safely. But now she's able to go back in there and draw another card on Eden's sides. Which we are going to do. And once again, generating that very important, like so key tempo in the matchup. Of like, I have more big bodies than you, so you are forced to either use a spell to clear them, but then you quote unquote pass turn, like you don't establish nothing, you just clear my board. Or you need to find one of them big accelerate plays in Darius and Fox. But if you don't have one of these, I tell you what, I'm winning that game. And this is what Eden is doing perfectly there. We could probably set up Raven Bloom and then pass with like 3 runes open. If we are met with a Kai'Sa, we still have access to that Void Seeker to deal with it. And if we are met with a big play like Fox, pretty important that we have access to a base unit that will not die to push next turn. Either it's Raven Bloom or Poro, but I'd say Raven Bloom is a bit better in these late game scenarios. Oh, we are going for the Hopeful. That also makes sense. Yeah. I forgot about the Hopeful that we did retreat. But yeah, we are going for the Hopeful. That makes sense. It's even better. It's bigger than Raven Bloom. Can be combined with them Stupefies potentially next turn to trade for 6. We are going to see Watchful come and find that Hopeful. And using that Stupefy to try and draw 2 cards off of it. So we are most likely targeting our very own Sentry there. So we draw 2 cards of Stupefy, because like one of Stupefy, one of Tree, and then one of Sentry dying. So we got a bit of that card advantage that we were missing. Now the question is, how do we get back in that game? We found that blowout card that we were talking about in Iketin Rain, but which we are going, like most likely, how many retreats did we use? Because like most likely we used 2. We are using Stupefies to at least draw 1, then potentially 2 there. And if we draw a retreat, tough times ahead. I think we are using at least 1 Stupefy there to draw 2 cards. Exact same play as probably me did. Yeah, we are seeing a Stupefy drop on that Hopeful. Drawing 2 chords. No retreats. Do we use the other one? We do. So 2 chords again. No retreats. Everything dies. But we have so much resources. And unfortunately for probably me, is stuck on no board. Because once again, finding these big blowout chords is somewhat of an answer. But then you can't establish anything yourself. And we are fully tapped. So he then knows he has room to play everything he would want to. Potentially in that Falling Star and Darius to try and conquer. And we are... Is it double ping on Sentry? No, we are pinging once on each. Yeah, for sure. We are killing both. Sure, you are drawing one. Oh, we found the Fox. Potentially the answer we were looking for. We have that Fox Cliff scenario available next turn. And a retreat to back it up and play it again. That could be the turning point. That Fox draw. But we still have so much advantage on hidden sides. Are we going to see a Darius drop there? This is a play I could potentially see. Darius drops. Then accelerates because it's second card in the turn. Then grabs one of them battlefields. Forces the Fox to be played. And potentially we meet the Fox with just like Void Seeker and it dies, right? Does it? Because then Darius is 5. Minus 3 it's 2. Could we make it? No, we can't use 2 chords with what we have in them right now. Like we can't... We use Void Seeker. We can't use like something like Stupefy to give that +2 to Darius that works in both turns. So we are going to see that real Guards being accelerated to not lose that Darius for free. Pretty strong play there. Scoring that extra point. Then we are going to develop that Ravenbloom in base. And potentially another 2-drop or a Poro could be something that we see. Yeah, Poro is what we're going to see there. And we are passing with a bit of a base established. And once again forcing that either you play a blowout, then you don't establish anything. Or you have one of them big accelerated plays. We forced this through 3 turns so far. First turn was Darius. Then was Rain. Now it's Fox. But at some point... On Eden's side, we know that probably me is not going to see them big answers. And Fox is going to trade with that rear guard, but would have been the same if it was Darius anyway. Except if we top deck a reaction of Void Seeker, so might as well not take the risk and play for that rear guard to be killed anyway, if they do have either Fox or Darius. I don't know why, but I hate TCG Arena so much. TT is so much nicer. I don't like both, but I'm not so much of an online guy. Like, I like to have, like, them physical cards at, like, reach. But I think, like, this is fine. At spectating, this is fine. I could see that. And it's free also, I guess. So that makes sense. English Casper, yeah. So Roda is doing French broadcast. I'm doing English broadcast. And I think some players are also streaming their POV. I think Yujul is streaming his POV. Potentially Flash Shadow is streaming his POV. Don't know, but I think there are streamers in the event for sure. So we are going to drop that Rain to clear both Hopeful and Watcher. Once again, them big blowouts that we were talking about, but this time the big difference is that we have a base setup. And so this is game on Hiden's side. Hiden wins game 1 with this Iketed Rain, because then he has both turn 1s to be able to conquer both battlefields and close the game out. I should join one of these onlines at some point. Yeah, you should. Would be fun. I would be casting you for sure if Roba does not do it. Would be exciting times. So I think I need to add some kind of point counters, because we don't have, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we have any way of tracking who's up in the best of 3. Like, this is just for points, so I should probably, like, add this somewhere. Not as clean as Rift Lab production, but still enough to have a great time together, guys. So top score and bottom score, I guess. Top score is 1, big one. Yeah. Could we make it smaller, please? Like, this seems fine. And then I just put it there, I guess. Oh, oops. Top score. I'll just put it there. And then I just have to add bottom score. So this one is this, and then bottom score is there. Let me just update it. Bottom score 0. Medium and 48 is the way. Yeah, great. And then just come down here, down the ear. Here we go. Great. Will be working, I guess. Maybe I could just corner them, but like whatever. So we are going to see. Oh, terrible. We are going to see me start. Probably me start. But he misses on turn 1. And so Eden is going to be able to be the first player developing boards. And we are also passing turn 2, aren't we? I think we also passed turn 2. We passed turn 1 and turn 2. This is terrible on probably his side. We could have developed that Kaisa, but then Kaisa dies to Falling Star and that game is almost over. Tough times ahead there. We are going to see the Ray try and deal with that Poro, which is going to see success. But then we are still in a tough spot because now we have 5 runes to try and develop boards, which most likely we are going to see something like Ravenbloom and Awful eat the boards, or Sentry and Awful. Yeah, makes sense too. I liked Ravenbloom because like Cleave, but you could also keep it for later on because Cleave will be very good at retaking. And probably me is not able to make any sort of advantage of his startup pick, which is the battlefield you use most likely to play into Yi. Because like if ramp Yi is too slow, you are able to like snag one of these runes or 2 of them extra runes to have a way better curve to match them. But we missed on turn 1 and turn 2, so we were not able to make any advantage of this. And now Eden could potentially try and play for this battlefield. It's pretty tough starts. Are we able to make it out of it on the winning side? For me, we have to, else it's 0-2 and Eden is winning that best of 3. Yeosera's the GOAT. I tell you what, Yeosera's the GOAT. What tournament state are we? Round 2, there will be 6 rounds. And the whole, like the bigger plan is there are 4 weeks of 6 round tourneys. Top 8 qualifies for like playoff. And then we have a big playoff tournaments with all the topping guys. And like if one of them is already top 8 and qualified already, qualification drops down to 9th place and then 10th place and like whatever, you get the point. And then we have big playoffs with all of them players and I think prizes too. Not like so sure on what the pricing exactly is sides, but there will be pricing for the playoffs tournaments. So we are going to see that Void Seeker come and deal with that Hopeful. Not so bad. Like usually this is not a play that you want to see exactly for that reason, because Kaisa can come in and conquer. But we are in that reverse row, and once again we are already behind on tempo on Problem's side, so we have to try and deal with them units however we can. Now the big problem is if we fight back into this Kaisa with, let's say, potentially Ravenbloom Cleave or something like that, Kaisa is just going back to base, and then next turn she can fight to reconquer again. So we are going to see Rain eat the boards to deal with that matter. Because yes, reverse row is so much of a problem if you are only able to kill the bodies with combat and don't have the spells to do so. Hold up. Yeah, I'm holding up. Don't worry. Don't worry, Jacob. So we are dropping that Poro back in base, not drawing a cord. Once again, we forced one of them big blowouts. Probably has several of them. He has the Fox, he has the Darius. So like kinda like that. But we already have been able to force one of them, and we also have a lot of spells. So we are able to be ahead in tempo and develop boards. And if we manage to do so, we have the spells to prevent our opponent to develop his. And he does not have the spells anymore. So once again, I'd say Eden is in a very favorable spot. But these Kaisa games sometimes shift from like a single reign or something. So yeah, getting the sub tomorrow since it's payday then. Gotcha. I guess buying cards took its toll on your wallet. It took its toll on mine for sure. What date is the playoffs tournament? Not sure. I don't know if it was announced already. If that's the case, you could probably see it on the Robles' video, which is in French, but I think autodub is enough to spot the date. So not sure. But like, might as well reach out to Roba. I guess he probably knows already. We are going to see a Void Seeker eat that Yordle, so once again, forcing spell after spell on Eden's sides, and now we have to develop board. We are going to be seeing a Stupefy there to try and draw into them units, because we have spells, but we don't have units. The only thing that's very good with this Stupefy is that we could play Falling Star on Awful now, because Awful is only 3 mites, and this is what we are going to see. Recycling 2 runes to pay deflect cost for Poro. Both are going to die, and then we are most likely developing both Ravenbloom and Poro in that base. Passing turn, we have that Ravenbloom cleave play to potentially take over the battlefields if they manage to conquer them. And we have a great spot once again. That retreat would have been more than welcome on the previous turn, but right now it's a tad late. We are going to see that Kaisa C play there, recycling them runes to try and conquer, which will most likely be met with a Void Seeker. There's no way you let that Kaisa conquer for free, even though they retreat. You could still prevent that. And now they can't Kaisa accelerate anymore because they don't have 5 runes open. So like they can drop Kaisa in base, which is what they're going to do. But they're full tapped once again, and if you can Falling Star that Kaisa, which you will be able to do on Eden's side, this is what we see right now, then we are once again on an empty board and having the board state on Eden's side. So as you see, first step, developing base, then trying to snag points, and just making sure that your opponent can't develop theirs is the big win condition there. It's 2-0 100%? I think so. I think Eden is in a great spot right now, yep. Double Darius is OP. Double Darius is indeed OP. But we've not, I don't think we've seen any blowout aside from Iketan Rain on Eden's side. We've not seen Iketan Rain even, it was on definitely Miss side. So if Darius's go around, but we see them big blowout cards, we are in a very good spot in Eden's situation. Also, that Reverse Row is going to retreat the Ravenbloom to base. So we have them cleave play to try and fight those Darius. So we could potentially see a cleave trade with the Darius and then a Falling Star trade with the other one. Because Darius has to push now. So we are going to see the double Darius drop for sure. Drops in base, both Dariuses are going to restand. Then we are going to kill that Poro. Poro Detch. We might as well retreat considering the options there. Do you want to retreat that Poro because you don't have any extra bodies available on Eden's sides? But then if you draw one, that Poro is not so important. We are going to see a retreat there. So we are gaining that extra rune. Then Darius is going to come back swinging at Ravenbloom, which is going to be sent back to base. And then we have a Ravenbloom that can trade the Darius through the cleave and a Falling Star that can kill the other one. And we are once again on an empty board on Probably's side. Drawing a retreat once again, so pretty cool that we were able to make that decision and use the retreat, because 2 would have been too much there. We are going to see that Falling Star eat. So we are eating that Darius? Huh. Okay. I would have Falling Star the one in the Reverse Row, because now they can retreat it and come swinging back at you. Or is there some... Like, you had clear there. If you went cleave, Yeah, they're going to retreat for sure. Like, if you went Cleave on that Ravenbloom, and then Falling Star on the other, double Darius was down, and they had to Fox, basically, to try and retake. So, is it because you want that Ravenbloom to be in the reverse row so bad? I mean, you forced a lot of blow spells to, like, Blasting, Ray, Seeker, Blowout, Seeker again, Rain. So maybe you are thinking they don't have one, but they did not use a single Falling Star. If they have Falling Star here, you're forced to retreat, and then Darius has so much value. I think I was down for like Falling Star on that reverse row and then Cleave on the other one. That was wrong 100%. I think so, yeah. I think so. He used Falling Star on the Darius that was in the pick, and then he attacked the Darius that was in the row. I would have done the opposite. I think the opposite was the correct play. Like, you Falling Star the Darius in the row, and you cleave the Darius in the pick. I think that was the play. Potentially a miss here on Eden's side, and potentially ends up costing him the game. Because, like, right now, that Darius, we can still trade with him, but then that means we can't use that double cleave play to trade with the Fox. So, let's see. Do they retreat the Fox, is the question. If they decide not to, we can kill it with both cleaves. Because, like, cleave is +4 on Ravenbloom. And they decide to retreat, playing it safe. Playing it safe, yeah, that makes sense. I see now, that was crazy. Yeah, he had a strong play into both Dariuses, but I think he somehow missed it, in my opinion. We are going to see Poro try and trade with that Darius, most likely combine with one of them stupefies. Yup, we are drawing an extra quartz and trading with that Darius. Poro is alive. And we draw another cleave. Not what we want to see here. Not what we want to see here. What a great card Time Warp. Like, Time Warp was opening end, by the way. Did you see him have a single shot at using Time Warp? I don't think so. Don't think so. But yeah, I guess I was right all along, huh? So we are now holding on both battlefields. Good news is we have 2 units in base ready to contest, so we are not losing that game. The only thing we have to find a way to play around is potentially like double spell in hand, like something like Void Seeker plus like something to play around Cleave. Time Warp still is a bait. I do think so, yup. I do think so. So we are seeing Fox push there to grab that reverse row. We are dropping that sentry, and then we have to push for that Poro. Or are we just time warping though? We seem to be just time warping though. Because now we go to 7 and we draw an extra quartz to try. And so he's scooping? Huh. Because then he gets to 7 and then he gets... Okay, so that makes sense. But wasn't that game over? Can anyone participate in this? Yes, you can. You can. You can join on Robaless's Discord. You have to be in the Discord though, which is not mine. Can't share the link. It just conquers. Yeah, that makes sense. But like, was it time warp all along? Or was it like... I guess you time warp to draw an extra card and potentially find a play that prevents you from being hit. Because like, the only way you lose there with the cleave on Hopeful is if they have something like Void Seeker, Extec Ray, because they add the runes to use this. So I guess you time warp to try and find a top deck that potentially plays around those. But then player on top is like, anyway, I don't have them, so game is over. Most likely. Because there, like Kaisa, Fox goes to the left, we get to 6, then Hopeful goes to the right, we kill that Poro, and we get to 7. And then Eden was also on 7, which means he can't double conquer through Ravenbloom. He has to double conquer to win, but he can't double conquer through Ravenbloom, so game was over. So I think that was just like Eden realizing like, yeah, I don't have damage cards, there's no way I win, like Time Warp or not, you just push and I lose. So scoops. But Time Warp also allowed probably me to see another option, potentially a top deck, so makes sense. Yo, Gob, how you doing, brother? Want to jump in? Want to jump in on the broadcast, Gob? I'm doing great. How about you, brother? Let's go Borba team for the win. We have supporters there. Great. Double arena. Yes, we are on double arena, so both players are starting with 2 points now. Gotcha, brother. Gotcha. Have fun. Have fun playing TFT. Nice to have you here. If you prefer, Robalas is streaming the event in French. But like, if you want to stay there, feel free. Not going to not like it. Glad to have you here, brother. So we are seeing both players start with 2 points thanks to the arena's greatest. Pretty fast game there. Once again, we are seeing double time warp on probably Miss side. Gonna watch this game. Okay, great. Great to have you here. So we are seeing double time warp there. We are using that execrate to try and deal with the Boro, paying the deflect cost. Because every point matters now. We are on that double arena scenario. And we are going to see the Yodel being met with another execrate of Eden this time. Killing the Boro. Oh, sorry, the Yodel. No deflect cost this time. So a bit much of a better trade for Eden. Okay, I thought he was not dying. I was like, what the fuck? But like, okay, for sure he's dying. Thanks for the follows, guys, by the way. I'm focusing on the game, but like, thank you for the support, means the words. So we are going to see Eden start the turn with 6 runes open and push with that sentry. Once again, a call that you don't want to see. And we are on double time warps in the end. So if we don't manage, like, this is a bit of a problem, right? On Problemist side. It's like, we are on double arena. So like, every point is extremely important, so you want to execrate that Poro even if you have to pay that deflect cost, right? But then you are also playing against your own time warps because you are not getting to that 10 runes threshold, which means, okay, I'm going to be like time warping back to back and like sealing the deal. So another reason not to like time warp, I have to say. Another reason not to like time warp, I have to say. We are going to see Hopeful try and conquer, but that will be made with a Ray, which means 1-1 we are trading and there's nothing we can do on Miss side to play around this. Sentry is going to draw another extremely valuable trade on Hidden. You're brainwashed by Katchouze. So far, I think I was right on this though. Jakub. So we are indeed seeing Eden take the lead in this game with 5 points and another Kaisa in hand, one of these takes that I love so much. I think having several epic Kaisas, several red Kaisas in the mirror match is so strong. Like, basically, the only card that is good at dealing with them is Voidseeker, but you have so many of them cards to force Voidseeker in like Darius, Hopeful, that like having these Kaisas is what guarantees that you have both them accelerates that you need to constantly fight for the board, and also that card advantage that when you resolve one of these, you have access to much more resources than your opponents, and they have to trade back into it. So that forces a lot of stuff that completely warps the game around like, are you able to kill that Kaisa or not? We are thinking on Miss side because the hand is terrible. We can't enable that Darius, because if we play Darius retreat, we just retreat the Darius, then it does not do anything. So we are opting for a Kaisa play, trying to desperately draw for some kind of potential play, but we will be met with a Void Seeker there and using Kaisa's effect once again, so we are not paying that power cost. Retreat will be dropped, so we are not dying, but we establish nothing, and basically we pass turn. So we are going to see the same problem come up again and again in the upcoming turns. In like, I have no boards, I have to develop, but them time warps in my hand are ass now. Let me tell you the correct words. These time warps are ass. This card is bait. As you can see in this game, we are losing because they are breaking the hand. We are cleaving that YOLO. So I guess that does not make sense, dude. Like, we are trying to play around Ray. So you guys, just a piece of competitive knowledge for you guys. Assault and shield only work if there's an opposing unit in the battlefield. Because, like, there is to be a defender for you to be the attacker. And likewise in the other sense. Like, there is to be an attacker if you are going to be the defender. So, like, that cleave was for nothing, no reason. Like, that Yordle was not 5 might, it was only 2. Because, like, you can't cleave in an empty battlefield and trigger the assault words. But, like, whatever. It still managed to conquer. So we are going to see that rain drop to clear the board. But once again, this is the exact dynamic that we were talking about. In, like, you have to play them big blowouts, but then you pass turn. Basically, you don't develop anything. And if that's the case, and they develop again, you have to find a blowout again and again and again until you don't have them blowouts. And then they score them points and win the game. And that's what we are seeing there. Eden having more cards in hands, more runes, and also bodies to potentially conquer next turn, while probably me is always on the back foot trying to recapture that tempo that is missing so far. Yeah, Time Warp was great this game. Time Warp was pretty sick this game, to say the least. Kaisa is going to see play. Here, we kinda don't have a choice. Is it just 4 runes? I guess it is 4 runes. And then there is to accelerate it to the other battlefields, trying to at least provide somewhat of a holding. Unfortunately, we will be met with the Falling Star, and that game will be over. It's a win for Eden in a great fashion of a Kaisa pushing off the tempo of the game and showing us why Time Warp is bait, guys. And that's it, right? I don't think probably as another way to do anything. Yeah, they revealed the end. It's over. And Eden is winning that one. Yeah, will be an interesting game. Okay, so we are seeing Viktor go first. Pretty interesting in that spot. Once again, Sett does not want to fight for the early game into Viktor, so I'd say we are fine with going second. It's not like it makes much of a difference. But we are going to see that Soaring Scout dropped on board, and that's great on Viktor's side. This will allow you to fast ramp to your later turns that are extremely interesting in the matchup. Also, we are on Blastconfi Discord, which I think is an extremely strong card. I like it a lot. It did not see play for a while, but I absolutely think it's one of the strongest cards in the game. Right now, it's not so good because of Rain, but once Rain is gone, I do think this card is one of the strongest ones. And we are thinking on Viktor's side, what do you want to drop? We have another one of them birds. We could potentially play for bird and a token, but we could also play for Cold Week to try and kill that Glory Seeker and force Sett to spend another turn developing before being able to play. And we are just going to be dropping that Manufacturer in base, and then most likely a token of Viktor's effect too. We are dropping it in the War Camp though. Okay, so already an interesting scenario. So War Camp is every unit has +1 might there. So we have a pretty strong battlefield there. The only thing is that Orange Sett is one of them cards that can retake this battlefield alone. But if Viktor is able to stack a lot of them units in there going first, then it could potentially be enough to secure the win. Because like if we manage to have like 5 or 6 tokens in there, then it's most likely game over. Sett can never retake this. So pretty interesting start on Edge. We are already making a bit of a gamble, but also at the same time, it does not lose so much if like Sett punches in there. Like he loses a few units, but like does not lose the full tempo because like Sett has a hard time reaching base anyway. And we are going to see that Orange Sett hit the board first. Makes sense. Once again, one of the cards that is able to challenge these big War Camps battlefields. So what's the plan now? Do we retreat everyone? Or do we want to develop into that battlefield to have enough might to outmight that Orange Sett? Is the question you have to ask yourself there. And potentially on Edge Soul side, we could also retreat some of them and just leave some kind of presence like a Soaring Scout there to like force Sett to come and trade, but also Soaring Scout dies, and then you channel a rune. And we are going to see Blast Cone dropped there. Okay, so pretty interesting use of Blast Cone, I like it a lot. Now that Glory Seeker is only 1 might, we can trade it with the token, and if this go through, we are now able to use Cold Week to try and kill that Sett in base, taking away the buff. This is a play that I could see there. And that Glory Seeker is going to die. Are we going to use that Cold Week? I guess so. We are using the Cold Week there to force Sett to save, recycle a rune, and spend the buff. Hopefully, on Papuano's side, on Sett's side, we have that Pit Rookie to make up for the last buff. But still, we are putting him in a scenario in do you have the buff or not. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? He has it. He has it. So Souls, thinking again, we have 2 runes open. Do we want to drop a Scout in there? Or do we want to drop a potential token and pass with a rune open? We are going for the Scout play most likely. So now we are on 3 might on the Manufacturer plus 2 might on the token plus 2 might on the Scout. So we are on 7 might. And that Sett is going to be able to go to 9 might, plus 4 of the buff, and then plus 1 of the war camp. And is going to be able to clear everything. And that will deal a huge blow to Soul's strategy of trying to hold that battlefield. Maybe we should have played, if we wanted to play around that Sett, maybe we should have played that Blast Cone feed directly to the Trifarian war camp. To still have it debuff the... Trifarian, I think is the name. Yeah, Glory Seeker. Because now we are definitely losing that trait and there's nothing we can do about it. Whereas with the blue Pinecone in there, we would have won. But then we still lose to Call to Glory. So they basically had to have everything for us to lose to it. Which they did, but like you force them to have both a buff and Call to Glory. Like both, specifically both Pit Rookie and Call to Glory, because like Showstopper does not work, because then you bring them there before they can buff, and Kinko is too expensive. So you kind of forced them to have both. So I think, yeah, I think we should have dropped that Blast Cone into the Trifarian there. And we are seeing an Evangel, a core that is especially good into Kaisa, but not so much into Sett so far. He could start with token. I think it's better to start with Scout though. Because like the earlier Scout dies, the more you value the extra rune you gain. Like every turn you have that extra rune is 1 more energy you gain, right? So I think Scout Storage, or it's hard to say, Scout Storage is better, in my opinion. We are going for the Monastery then, with the Evangel and the Blast Cone, trying to establish a hold once again. Dropping the token in base, most likely. Yeah, exactly. So we still have a way to push if we happen to lose that battlefield on the right. And also Evangel, Discord, you may not know about it, but like if Discord dies, we have 3 tokens spawning in base. Ye? What do you mean, ye fearless? You value everybody more than the rune? I guess depends on the list you're on, because like if you're on a lot of Foxes, Decrease, Singularities, and Stratagems, so a lot of them top end cards that we usually see in Viktor lists, you kind of want to make them alive as soon as possible. So I'm not so sure you value the token more than the Scout. But I could see it through Yellow Viktor, depending on the list once again. We are retreating that Sett and we are using its effect to pump again, and then we are going to fight both Blast Cone and Evangel there, which are most likely going to die. Nothing we can do about it on Viktor's side, which means not only do we lose the battlefields, but we also lose the Monastery, which is a key card in the matchup, because now Sett got buffed by Showstopper, right? And there's a cool interaction in like, you can use the triggers the way you want to. So like this, you have Sett that says, when I conquer, buff me. And you have Monastery that says, when you conquer, spend the buff to draw. And even though he already has a buff, you can sequence it so that you spend the buff, you draw, and he regains the buff afterwards. And so like, In this scenario, we still have the buff, we drew an extra court, we scored an extra point, we are in a great spot on Sett's side. And that's exactly what I was talking about earlier, is that Viktor will have the early points, will have the early board for sure. Now the question is, as Sett, are we able to retake? And so far, from what we've seen, Papu has been perfectly able to fight for the board. He's a bit on the low end of like them runes, but edge is not on so many of them neither. So I guess it's fine if you're Papu, like you're in a good spot there. I think Sett is winning, yeah. I think Sett is winning for sure. We have to drop that Yodel and see if we draw a play, but that's a bit of a problem because the stronger plays that you could potentially top deck are on six runes in like Decree, Singularity there could be great, and also Stratagem, not good now but could be good later on to push. But then if we use the Yordle, we can't cast them because we use 3 runes and then we only have 5 left. Singularity would probably have been the better find off the top there. Now we can conquer with both tokens, like tokens to the right, token to the left. And then drop Yordle, draw a card and pass. And I guess it's like decent, but we don't have any extra resources. And if we have our board traded, that game is close to over, if not over already. So what do we draw there is extremely important. Blast Cone is not what we want to see for sure. We want to see one of them top end pieces. We wanted to see like Singularity. We wanted to see like, yeah, Stratagem, something like that. Also, great play, by the way, on Papu. I did not mention it, but great play on Papu's end. To use that Sabotage to scout for the end. And potentially get rid of them potential top end blowouts. Especially Singularity would have been extremely efficient. But with the Sabotage, he could only top deck it. Like, you check the hand, you see it's not there. If it's there, you recycle it. And then he only has to top deck it. So you are now able to conquer with Orange Sett to farm that buff. You conquer, you get the free buff. Then Orange Sett, the other one, is going to go to the rightmost battlefield. We are going to be able to trigger that Irena's Monastery once again. To spend, draw, rebuff. Basically, you know the drill now. We are on that Karma tech too that I like a lot. I think it's an extremely strong card in Sett so far. Thank you for this follow, guys. Thank you, Gruzams. I should thank you all after the game. You guys deserve it. Thank you for the support. So we are seeing both Setts holding, and now we need to kill at least one of both, if not both, to have a shot at this game. But we finally top deck the piece that we needed to get rid of them at least once. Only problem is, how do we make sure we get rid of them? Because now, if we only use Singularity and send them back to base, one of them will be saved by Sett's Legend effect. The idea is we would want to like trade at least one of them and then make sure we kill that one. But we are going to use Singularity right away on both. One is going to spend the buff and be saved. The other one is going to die. There's not much to think about there, except if you have unchecked, but you don't. Oh no, he has the Call to Glory, my bad. I did not see the Call to Glory in the ends. Okay, so now Call to Glory allows us to save one of them, and then the other one we can save with Sett's Legend ability. So we are spending the buff on that Pit Rookie in the base to not pay for the cost, and then we are saving one of them Setts, and the other one is just going to go to base unarmed. Extremely good play there. I did not see the Call to Glory, my bad. And furthermore, we don't pay the cost, so we still are able to use that Primal Strength potentially to win a fight. So now we are on 8 might, but also 6 damages, so we have 2 HPs left. A token or a... Sorry, 2 tokens or a Yodel would be enough to make up for it, but you could also drop the Blast Cone to kill it there. Because like, Blast Cone is minus 2 might. So might as well drop the Blast Cone, make sure it dies. And also you don't trigger a showdown, so you don't give them room to play them potential Primal Strength and stuff. So I would very much like Viktor to drop Blast Cone there. But that does not mean he's in such a great spot. Like, the game is still tough, don't get me wrong. I think you want to push with token into Trifarian, then Blast Cone into Trifarian. and then you kill the Sett. And you potentially conquer with token on the right. You have to stack 3-4 in, right? Because then if they conquer both, you lost. So maybe you give up on the right, actually. Yeah, you should give up on the right. Like, you put everything into 3-4 in. That makes it like... Okay, let me count. Time to have the pen out there. I don't like this play. I hate this play. Because now they go primal and you lose everything. And they heal for the damage because they... No, I hate this play. Like, primal is game over. Primal is just game over there. If they go there, it's like 3 on Yordle, then 2 on token, then 2 on token, then 3 on Blast Cone, then they can spawn a token once again. So it's 2 again. So it's like 6 and 6, 12, and they can't deal with 12 with this. Like, this is exactly 12. No, this is more, because they're 3 Furion. Okay, so they can potentially deal with it. But I guess that's your best bet. And then you hide Hidden Blade, and you kill the Sett. Yeah, and you kill... No, you can do it. Like, you can kill like the tank and then it goes through. Like, yeah, no. That was not winning. But at least that was a potential winning plan. That was a potential winning plan there. Sett goes to 8 first. 6, then 7. Yeah, you're right. You're right too. Yeah, you're right too. So there was no way out of this one. But like now it's already like this is game over. There's no way they... Like, this is game over. So basically what happens is like... that Sett at 6 damage from Singularity. Only 2 might. If you drop Blast Cone, you reduce its might by 2, but it has 6 damage on it, right? So it dies, basically. And there's not much they can do, like, except if they have another Call to Glory. Not much they can do, right? But... what he did instead was attack. So that gives them a window to trigger actions in like Primal Strength. So not only does this Sett go to like +7 might, but also he fully heals because he won a showdown. And so like now you can't do anything to it. We are going to see a challenge drop on that Viktor, and then that game is over. They can Primal Trance. They can't because Primal Trance is an action. So as long as we don't trigger a showdown, you can't use Primal Trance. Compared to like, I see what confuses you there is like End Words and Discipline are reactions. But Primal Trance is only an action. So if they just drop Blast Confi, no showdown, Sett is dead. Basically. Thank you for the follow. By the way, yeah, thank you. Thank you, Destiny. Thank you, Xorms. Thank you, Oaks. Thank you, Muriel. Thank you, Medic. Thank you, Nyang. Erevo, Mobvious, The Books, Oro, TomTom. All of you that followed during the stream. Thank you guys. If you like Riftbound, competitive content, you're at the right place. Feel free to drop a follow. I stream every Wednesday at 8 PM, Paris time. And also, I stream whenever there's a need to. So I was live streaming this Friday to go over the packs reveals. And I was also, I am also streaming today for the Robotics Cup 1. And then I'll be streaming Thursday at 8 PM too, I think, Paris time, for the Robotics Cup 2. So if you like competitive Riftbound, feel free to drop a follow. I think you're at the right place. Thank you for the follow, Chiefs. And also you could go... I'll just do it for you guys. Exclamation mark YouTube. You have all of my channels there. You can find edited votes, replays. I don't do gameplay. I do cast gameplay, but I don't do gameplay. Most of the time I just talk about like theory and is this good and in what meta we could display and like mainly thinking about the game as a whole and like macro instead of like dropping gameplay. But if you're down for like podcasts and comedy stuff and Riftbound and guides, feel free to drop a follow there. Would be appreciated, first of all. And also I think you can find some stuff you like there. There are 3 channels, by the way. One of them is gameplay, but I don't upload like a whole lot. Main channel is theory, and then votes is just like whenever we do a stream. Right after the stream, I post the votes so you guys can have access for free. Someone told me like Twitch needs a lot of roaming data to work properly, so I just upload them to YouTube so you guys can have them for free whenever you need. Feel free, but votes are also free on Twitch, by the way. You don't need to be a sub or whatever. But thank you for the support, it means a lot. So, to get back into game 2, we will be Viktor starting once again. And we see that Divine Judgment tech on Sett's side. Pretty interesting to see if this works in the matchup. Oh, wait, what? Sett is going first. Oh no, Viktor. Yeah, Sett is going first. So Viktor decided on going second, playing the Arena's Greatest? Huh? Huh? Ooh, I should update best of 3 score, by the way. Give me a second. Okay, score updated. So you guys have it now. Okay, so Viktor decided to play second on the Arena's Greatest. We see the singularity though, so we are going to have that dynamic of like, am I able to push through Sett's bodies in the battlefields? Because like then, you push through them in the battlefields, they die, Sett spends the buff to save them, and then you can just like singularity and you kill them for good, right? So this is the way we want to use singularity in that specific matchup. I'm interested in seeing if we find a way to do so. But we have them Eden Blades too. So potentially we could find some spots to kill them. We are going to see that Yordle Conquer, also a battlefield that we don't see very often, but is pretty decent in Sett, is Navari Fighting Pit, which is when you hold buff someone here. So Sett plays this to try and buff them Fioras and stuff, or at least pressure you in trading these Fioras and stuff. And then if they have something like Call to Glory, all of a sudden Fiora becomes mighty, and then you're doomed. So like pretty good battlefield to apply pressure in Sett, especially going first, because you can Fiora on curve and then you can conquer next turn. So we are going to see a Blast Cone being Eden, in my opinion. Yup, Blast Cone is Eden in that battlefield with the Yordle, and we are dropping a token in base and keeping 4 runes open for potential Eden Blades there. But Blast Cone should most likely be enough. I mean, don't you want to drop that Sprite Mother though? Like, you have 4 runes open, that generates a body. Like, sure, that's a rune, part of the problem, right? But that also generates a body for Yellow Viktor to be enabled later on. So I think I probably would have dropped that Sprite Mother there. Like, you drop it in base, then you free conquer on the Arena's Greatest, you score an extra point. I probably should have, like, would have dropped it for sure. And then you're still fine playing removal because you can hide them Eden Blades. So if you're playing from ahead in the game, like if you're in the driver's seat, you don't have to pay energy to play them Eden Blades. So I probably would have dropped that Sprite Mother. It was expensive on the resource side of things there. So not sure. Showstopper is going to see play on that Fiora extremely strong play. So now Fiora is not only buffed and in the leftmost battlefields, so she manages to conquer, but also she's ready because Showstopper moved her. So she can now use the ganking ability to push the other battlefield and score potentially 2 points in that turn. And guess what? Yes, we have that fee, but now Fiora also has deflect because she's mighty. So extremely strong play here on Papuano's side. I really do like it. I really do like that play. And we are going to pay the deflect cost for fee to be dropped. And now Fiora is only 3 might. But what we don't know about is that we have one of them Call to Glories hidden in the hand that we could potentially use to bring Fiora back up to 5 mites. And we don't want to spend the buff, of course, so I guess we are just playing it for 3 runes there. It's not so bad of a play. Because now Fiora... Yeah, exactly. Oh, we are spending the buff though. I don't like spending the buff there. Like, I get that you want to develop orange Sett in base. But also, if Fiora dies somehow, I guess you're fine with like them paying double power on both smoke screens and Hidden Blades. I guess you're fine. So are we going to see Hidden Blade? We are going to see Hidden Blade there. So we have to pay 2 power to pay for the deflect cost. And then, okay, Fiora is dying, but you are drawing 2 extra cards yourself, and you can just drop orange Sett in base. Yup. And pass turn there. And you are kinda behind on tempo, but also Viktor is kinda behind on runes. So I could see it being a plan. I probably wouldn't have spent the buff though. Because like, if you have Fiora in base now, This is sick. But also maybe he considers that he has no buffers. So except if he draws a buffer, Fiora is not good enough. And then he'd rather value orange Sett. I could see that. I could see that. I think that's the thinking process behind it. And I could stand behind that. Yeah, I could stand behind that for sure. So we are seeing a recruit conquering the arena's greatest. And then we only have 3 runes. So most likely it's like scout token pass, right? Not much we can do. Maybe we want to hide that Iron Blades. But then once again, it's extremely expensive. And we still need to gather a bit of them runes to be able to play both Singularity and Stratagem in the upcoming turns. Also, I think we paid the deflect cost with a blue rune. Which means we have 0 blue rune actually on board. So we have to see 2 of them to be able to activate Singularity potentially in the future. We are going to see Scout there. Huh? Huh? So the only way this is good is if we hide Iron Blade. And it's not even that good. Because like now, Sett one punches all of this. And we don't hide the Iron Blade. Huh? Wait. I don't get it. As in like the Jujutsu Kaisen meme. Like I see. I don't get it. Because now Sett is one punch into this board. Like this fee is not eaten anymore. It's face up. So this is 5 might. Not more nor not less. And why don't you use the victory effect to make a token to your full, like, you don't have anything in hand. What are you baiting for? I don't like that play. I tell you guys, I don't like that play. I think we should have gone for developing in base, just leaving a unit there to maybe hold the grounds. And then, like, either you commit, but you play Iron Blades, which is not that good, right? It dies to, like, First Mate, it dies to Showstopper, it dies to Warhop, like anything that resistance make your play trash. But I could still see it. But there I don't think we are on a winning path. So Hidden Blade is going to be recycled. Oh no, Singularity is going to be recycled, my bad. What kind of Victor build is that? It's an extremely good question, I have no clue. I think it's rather like standard Victor build, right? I'd say it's standard. But still. Yeah, so Sett is going there, trading everyone. Like, why do you just give up them bodies, though? Like, you are on yellow Victor. Why do you just give up them bodies? Just like, Victor effect, drop a token there, retreat everyone, prepare base. And then next turn you have a Posh, and you can generate token through Victor. Like, I'm not, like, yeah. I try not to be harsh most of the time, because there are things that I don't see. There are things that players think about that I don't think about. But in this scenario, I just think it was a misplay overall. And I just think, like, yeah, he lost the game off of it, most likely. Because now, Sett is +1, because orange Sett is in the battlefield. So yellow Sett is tank, sorry, and also, if there's a buffed unit there, Eigen +1, and then Eigen +1 for each. And includes himself. So the point is, here, this guy is 6, this guy is 5. So if you Fox, they are 2 and 3. So you kinda want to Fox there, but you don't have the runes. So you kinda want to single if you top deck it, or if you have it, but I use Sabotage to check the end. So it's kinda like checkmate, because then I know I'm holding, so this will trigger, and then if this triggers, this buff this guy, and this guy gets to 8. So +1 from the buff and +1 from the effect. And then it's game over, like you can never retake this dude. So I think that's the plan on Papuano's side, on Sett's side, which I like once again. And I think we missed a big shot at winning that game on Soul's side. So we are dropping that Sprite Mother in the arena's greatest, huh? And then another token in base. And then we pass with a rune open. But then, okay, then We hide the Hidden Blade, okay. Because I was about to say, then what happens if they have something like Showstopper or First Mate, which they just drew it. Like, it's basically exactly the same scenario as the one we were in before. In like, okay, they are just going to tap Sett back to base, then First Mate it, then come and punch, and they clear everything. So at least this time we hide the Hidden Blade. But then, like, is it enough? Like, you potentially kill the Sett there. But First Mate is only 3 runes. First Mate is only 3 runes. They can untap the Sett. Like, they can play... Okay, I think that's the plan. You retreat orange Sett. You drop First Mate in the rightmost battlefields to untap orange Sett. Like, okay, you do this, basically. This. Then this guy goes here. Then this guy is up. Spends buff, goes here. Gets killed with Hidden Blade, but it's fine. Like, this is going to die anyway. You draw 2 cards. And then untap this one to base. So next turn you can also challenge. And if they don't contest your First Mate here, it gets a buff from the fighting pit. I think that's the sequencing I would go for. Potentially I would sneak in a challenge too. Like, attack with orange Sett. Sneak in a challenge to kill, like, maybe Sprite Mother. And so next turn token disappears. And you have just a recruit to deal with. Thinking there. Are we dropping Fiora? Okay, so we want... Okay, so we want to set up that Fiora for that buff. And then the ganking next turn. I could see that. And then for 2, we are dropping a challenge, I'd say. Onto, like... Yellow Sett and Mother? Yeah. I could see that. This is a slower play. But that also allows us, if we draw a buffer next turn, to have a play in which we buff this guy, we send him there, he dies, we save him, he comes back to base, we buff him again, First Mate restands, and he goes in again. And we can play around that Hidden Blade. So I definitely see that play as like a safer way, potentially, to make things work. I don't hate it. For sure, I don't hate it. Thank you for the follow, guys. Thank you, guys. Nah, I for sure don't hate it. And then Viktor, on the other end, does not have a great end there. It's too late to draw that merchant. Or whatever, like Drummer or something. Drummer, I think is the name. Whatever, like too late to draw it. Will not work in the current scenario. Potentially you would want to Hidden Blade your own recruit to draw cards, but that's not what we're going to see there. We are going to see Vengeance on that Fiora. Fiora is now dead. No deflect, no buff. And we are going to see a token. We have to have another token in that battlefield. Oh, this is such a misplay there. We have to have 2 tokens in that battlefield, because now we can just challenge the token. And then you have to Hidden Blade your own token, because else you lose the battlefield and Hidden Blade dies. So now they have a way to force Hidden Blade. We needed another token there. Because then if they challenge the token, which they most likely are gonna do, we still have a token standing to have that Hidden Blade live and potentially use it on their units. Because now if they do challenge, we are forced to Hidden Blade our very own token and lose control of the battlefield. And we don't have what it takes to recapture it. Like, look at the ants. It's not good enough. And this is most likely what we are going to see. No. We are seeing what? Divine? No, it's not Divine. It's not Divine, is it? It is Divine. We have the runes. Oh, because we made a flooding rune. Thanks to Hidden Blades. So now we are basically resetting the game. Okay, is it that good? Potentially, because like... No, you have Hidden Blade there. I was like, potentially you lose to Stratagem next turn. But like, you don't, because you have Hidden Blade. Anyway, we are going to be in a new, fresh, new game with both yellow Sett and orange Setts on boards. 2 runes also, and the great thing about Divine Judgment is it does not mention Hidden Cords. Oh, it did not need to remove that Hidden Blades. He did not need to remove that Iron Blade. Yep, it stays hidden. It stays in there. Because, like, does not mention Iron Cords. I think he recycled Iron Blades. Wait, let me just... No need... Yeah, okay. He got it. They caught it. Great. So he revealed the Iron Cord, which is a problem in itself. But like, yeah. Makes sense. And now we are pushing with that orange set in that battlefield. With, okay, Iron Blade me, bro. Iron Blade me, I'm just going to draw 2 cords. I'm just going to have Sett back to base. And then you are going to score your point. But how do you capture that rightmost battlefield through Iron Blade with 4 runes? Quick answer, you don't. And then next turn, I'm most likely winning that game. Okay, I could say that. So Viktor, in that spot, needs to develop as much as he can in base, because he can't lose next turn. So the winning play on Viktor's side is... Okay, move token back to base. Here's the winning play, guys. Here's the winning play. Back to base. Here, another token. Viktor effect, token. This is the winning play. Like, this wins the game, on the spot. Except if Sett draws Sabotage, this wins the game on the spot. Oh, come on! You have that one! You have that one! Don't! Okay. Do they find a way out? Why would we play it safe when we can make it risky? Huh? Like, that was the winning play. Like, whatever, they're just on 6. They don't play Time Warp. They are on 3 runes. Like, they will get to 7. Whatever. We don't give a fuck. And then you just go, stratagem, and you conquer both. And it's game over. It's literally game over. Because now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You lose everything. No! No! Viktor, why? Why? Why didn't you trust the arcane? Why didn't you trust the arcane, Viktor? Viktor! A billion universes in which you set up and you pick the one in which you lose. Viktor! Viktor! That was the play, you had it! You had it! After such a back and forth. No way! No way he lost that one! No way he lost that one! It was the play, he had it! There's no way Sett can play around 6 tokens in stratagem. He had the winning line, he just did not see it. No way! Oh... This is all the French I know. Yup. It was the good Viktor. If you do that, you're not real Viktor. He was the chosen one indeed. He was able to turn that game in his favor, but he missed the play. Oh. As we say in French, aïe, my friends. Aïe. What a tough turn of events for Viktor. Maybe it was like, let's not be harsh, right? Maybe he was pressured by the stream. Maybe he was tired. Maybe he does not use TCG Arena so often. Like, there are a lot of things that we don't know about these players, right? Let's not be harsh, please. Let's be nice persons. That being said, that game was won. If we just found the spot, which we did not find, unfortunately. But he was the chosen one for sure, and he did not see it. I like what I'm seeing from Ahri so far. Them chords, I like. Wait a minute. He's on Warcamp, Blue Ahri, and them chords. There's a chance, guys. There's a chance. I'm not saying he is, but there's a chance Saviel is on my list. There's a chance. Let's go, Saviel. I might be biased toward rooting for Ahri. He's on Sprite Mother. He's on my list for sure. He's on my list for sure. Okay, guys. Well, I'm just so biased right now. I'm just so biased. Let me just bring back the correct overlay. Nobody plays Sprite Mother in the main deck aside from my list, I think. So I think he's on my list for sure. It's my friend. Well, we'll root for Savior. Most likely. So I can pull up the list if you want. Let me just have it somewhere. And we'll check. But I think he's on my list. Like this. Most likely. This is the list. I think so. Next card draw from Savior Time Warp? No. If he draws Time Warp, it's not my list then. But I don't think so. Like, this looks like my list. Nobody's playing Sprite Mother in the main these days. Aside from me, basically. Let's go non-yi, non-Kai'Sa lists. I'll just focus on casting that game. And then, like, Griffin, if you want, I can explain once again why you lose value every turn with Seals. But, like, let's just focus on casting that game right now. So Yi is storing, great spots. If you're Yi, you definitely want to be storing that game 1 especially. What makes a bit of a difference in game 2 and 3 when Yi is storing is that you have access to green Ahri in the champion zone. Reset points. Oh yeah, you're right. Thank you. Bottom score is 0-0. U? Yeah, great. Okay, perfect. So now we have the ability to bring that game 2 and 3, bring that green Ahri to the champion zone, and that completely changes the dynamic of the matchup going second. But in this scenario, we don't have that green Ahri. So we will have to try and find a way to reconquer that battlefield, which is once again far from impossible. Like, you or on some of them units that are able to gain might pretty heavily. Like, let's say right now we draw something like Engwart, which we did not. That Ravenbloom was able to trade with the Poro. But we still see the retreats and the Poro. We have what it needs to develop. Do I build Yasuo or the Viktor? If you want to have fun, Yasuo. If you want to win Viktor, I would say, probably. I got yellow sleeves, so Viktor it is. You can't play Yasuo in yellow sleeves. It looks disgusting. So Viktor it is, I guess. Also, we have that blue Ahri that will be able to retake, and we have that retreat to protect it from a potential charm slash challenge if he's on it. So I guess there's a shot that we just push Ravenbloom, develop Ahri in base, and pace, and pass there. I could see that. We are developing Poro. Poro does not apply a lot of pressure onto the opposing battlefields, and you can't retreat Ravenbloom through because of Vilmo. So, I would probably have developed Blue Ahri in base there. Also, Sprite Mother is not that good in the matchup, and if he's on my list, he has 2 of them in the main deck, which means he drew both of them. And that's kinda not good in this spot. But we'll have to see. So we are going for the Sabotage early on. I think we are dropping both cards, aren't we? I think we might be dropping both cards. Both Discipline and Retreat. We for sure want to drop Retreat because we want that extra rune, I think. And we also want to Discipline that Ravenbloom now. No, you revealed the end. I think if you Discipline Ravenbloom, there's no way they push through the battlefield this turn. And then, okay, they get rid of Retreat, but might as well look for that rune, right? I think I would have probably Disciplined that Ravenbloom to make sure it sticks on board, at least. And then, potentially, also retreat with that Poro. Like, Poro does not apply pressure in this scenario anyway. So, no use in, like, defending it. Yeah, we are not using retreat there. So, Ravenbloom would have been 6 mites, which is huge. I think that's a small misplay, but in Ahri, small misplays can cost you the game pretty fast. because like losing tempo is not good at all. We are going to see Kiena hit the base, and now we don't have e-buff, we don't have blue Ahri set up, and we don't have what it takes to reconquer these battlefields, I'm afraid. Yup. I think it was pretty important to develop that blue Ahri on the previous turn. We are going to see a Sprite Mother spawn the sprites, and then we are most likely challenging that Vilmos lair through the Engwards. Why the Pit Rookie traded with Armor Bloom? Because they did not use a spell. They got sabotaged out of Discipline. Yeah. They use Sabotage, you use Discipline as a reaction, and then most likely you also use Retreat on the Poro. And so Ravenbloom is +6. No. +4? +4, so it's 6. Sorry, that's it. They most likely can't contest it. You drew a Quartz through Discipline, you ramped a Rune. I think that was the play. I think that was the play there. So we... Huh? We push with both Poro and Sprites. Okay. Don't you just push with Sprite and go the Sprite so it trades with Poro, and then you push with your own Poro? Wasn't it the play? But Ravenbloom was 2 and Pit Rookie was 1 because Ahri's legend ability. That's true though. That is true though. Huh. You're right. Did they use something? They did not. They did not. Yeah, way better misplay. Yeah, I think so. Like, you just push with Sprite and use Engwards, you kill the Poro, and then you push with your own Poro in an empty battlefield, and like, you're fine with that, I'd say. Like, Sprite Mother is not good of them in the matchup, so if you can find a use for it, might as well, right? And I think you were right, Jakub, and there's been a problem in, like, trading that Ravenbloom. They forgot about Ahri's legend effects. But, like, we can't really rewind without it being a pain. So I'll make sure to stay aware next time. We are going to use that Find Your Center to draw a Quartz and finding that Stalwart Poro. Third one, I think. And then we are going to use that Clockwork to draw an extra card. And we see the Defy. Okay, Defy is an extremely important card in the matchup. And Ahri is on not a lot of card advantage. Oh, it's Time Warp. Okay, so it's not my list. If they play Time Warp, it's not my list. Then. So, gotcha. Someone called it, by the way. Someone said next row is Time Warp. And you were right. And you were right. Yup. Someone called it. So it's not my list. Okay, but still, I do have a fair bit of experience playing Ahri myself. So I might be harsh on him, but I'm also rooting for him to win. So that's why. So now we have to push with that Mother. Else Kiena is just going to conquer. Also, the fact that he's on that kind of list means it's not that bad that he lost the early game. Because, like, he has them tools to retake. Like, I think that list is... You can do 4 less in the early game and still win the game because you have them big bodies. It's just like, I think if you play the early game correctly, the other list is, like, way better. Like my list. But then in this scenario, it's okay. So we are going to see both the Mother and the Sprites push into that Poro. And we managed to clear it. And then we are dropping that Ahri in the base right here. Developing a bit of boards and passing turn. I think there were several under-optimized, like sub-optimized plays. But the game is far from over. Like points-wise, we are in there. Runes-wise, we are about in there. And with their lists, like Time Warp and stuff, we are in a spot in which like we can still win them late game battles. Is Battlefield on left good versus Yasuo 2? No. Not so much. So this means that your units can't go back to base, so specifically good into Yasuo, but then it also means that if they play Ride the Wind, they can just like gank, or Kane, they can just like gank around the board, and it does not change a thing. So it's like okay-ish, I guess, but I would not say pretty good. Maybe okay-ish is the term. Kiana is going to be conquering. We are drawing a cord, then dropping that Master Yi to try and fight into that Sprite, which is most likely going to die. There's no way we want to retreat a Sprite there, I think. Do we? I don't think we do. Kiana did value, she's not bait, you're right. I guess that must mean Kiana is good, right? So that Sprite is indeed dying. He is on 6 points, and Ahri can't contest both battlefields. Maybe that Find Your Center could help. With an extra draw, potentially. A core that could help. Discipline, something like that. Smoke screen. Student is... sorry, Sentry is not going to help. Sentry is not going to help. And we never found a window to drop that Time Warp. And I guess that must mean we are losing that game on Xavier's side. Well, at least you guys can see why I don't like Time Warp in Ahri, right? But, hey... I might be wrong once again. So we are thinking, but I don't think there's an out. Because, like, we can clear Kiana. We can clear Kiana. For sure, because she's 6, but then she's -2 because of Ahri. So if they go Angwards... Wait, what? So now this is 6 into 6? Because, like, this goes to 8 through Yi, and then this goes to 6 again. But then they just play Angward and you lose the game, right? So why are we... Like, we don't want to play the deflect cost? Is it that bad? I guess that's the point. But then it's game over, right? Like, they just play Angward. You don't have T-Fi. That game is lost. Like, whatever. Just play DeFi, it's game over. Yup. Oh, DeFi, no. Angward, sorry. It's game over. Nothing you can do there. Might as well scoop. No way to get back in this one. But even if we have uneven trades, like we manage to trade, they can just push Clockwork in there and win the game too. So I'm not sure I see the point. Retreat? On what? Sprite Mother? To have an accelerate, but that does not match anything. Like, that game is over. Why are we still playing there? Is there anything I'm missing? Because I don't think there is. Oh, by the way, we forgot to talk about the 2 legends. We forgot to talk about the 2 legends. What are we dropping there? Mother again? Yeah, yeah. And then what? You can't win. That game is over. Yeah. Passulus? We are not on... Yeah, game over. What are we thinking about, huh? Did I miss something? Like, that game is over, right? Yeah, he gets to 8, he wins. Okay, he was just trying to... I don't know what, bait maybe, something? Whatever. Okay, so... Basically, both legends... Because I forgot to do this, my bad. I will try to think about it. I can't swear I will. Like, I can't say I for sure will think about it, but let's try to at least do this for this one. And then you guys can blame me in the chat if I don't. So the legend on the bottom is... E. Master Yi. The Would You Bless Man. Master Yi is rather simple. Master Yi says, whenever a unit is defending alone, it gets +2 might, right? Pretty simple. Ahri, on the other end, is also a defensive legend. In that sense that she has kind of the same effect, but instead of like buffing your units, it reduces the opponent's units. Sorry. So Ahri is like, when enemy unit attacks a battlefield, you control, you give it -1 this turn to a minimum of 1 might. What's great with that is that if they attack with 2 units, both get -1. If they attack with more, all of them get -1. So technically on a one-on-one combat, it's worse than Yi's effect. But starting from 2 and more units attacking you, it's even, if not better. Overall, Yi is just simpler to set up, so Yi is most likely slightly better. But both have access to different card pools, in Ahri having access to blue, whereas Yi has access to orange. And so I think Ahri has some kind of a shot into this matchup. Also, we'll just go over battlefields when they picked them. But also going first is rather important, as like in this specific matchup, as you could kind of guess, because like both players have legends that only work when they defend. So the fact that they can or can't capture battlefields changes a lot to the situation. But one of the big keys of the matchup also is that going second in the sideboards, Ahri has access to this card, which is our other champion, the one that's not good but can see play situationally, in the green Ahri. And the green Ahri says, when I hold, you score a point. And so basically, what he wants to do going first is settle in a battlefield and hold it until he wins the game. But doing so would mean that if Ahri brings the green Ahri to the champion zone, she can outpace him in the long game, even going second. And so Ahri has some shots at winning them games, even going second, whereas it's sometimes a bit harder for Yi. Also, both have access to pretty good tools. We see one of them here in the Rune Prison. Pretty good tools at matching one another in Rune Prisons, Defies. But the big difference is orange is not so great of a color into Ahri, because orange is most likely might-centric, which Ahri can deal with pretty fine, like pretty easily. And on the other end, blue is a pretty strong color into orange, because you have access to potentially smoke screens and stuff like that to debuff their bodies and win combat. So you have access to more combat tricks, and you also have access to cards like Time Warp, which supposedly is strong into Yi. But then it also means that they have to not play Windwall themselves, which is a possibility. So let's not bet too much around Time Warp. But supposedly, if they start to get into these like, I play spell, you respond, I respond, I respond, you respond, blah 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 battles, Ahri is the winning one, because she has more draw power and more spells in the deck. We are seeing Kiana drop on turn 1 from Yi's side because we have the Obelisk of Power, which basically reads each player channels an extra rune at the beginning of their turn. So Ahri starts on 3 instead of 2, and Yi starts on 4 instead of 3, allowing him to play Kiana as a turn 1 in this game specifically. And the other battlefield is whenever you hold here, you can draw 1. So Ahri is going to try and establish control of that battlefield with that blue Ahri being dropped instantly there. And Yi is going to have to try and fight to reclaim this one. Else Ahri is going to draw a billion cards and just win the game off of it. So we are thinking on Ahri's side, but most likely we are passing. I don't like hiding this card though. Are we hiding, like, did we recycle a rune to hide Foxfire? I think that's the case, right? Yeah, that's the case. I don't like it. So this card is hidden, by the way. Here, you can see. This card is not good. Like, this card is, whenever you play it, you can kill any number of units at the battlefield with total might 4 or less. So potentially the plan here is Kiana comes in, and you can just kill it with Foxfire. But then you already outmighted severely with like that Ahri, and now you paid a power for like quote unquote no reason. So like I kinda don't like this play. Isn't this blue Ahri to battlefield too aggressive? In this spot it's fine. In this spot it's fine because it secures the battlefield, and like on 5 runes there's nothing he can do to fight that blue Ahri. If he was on like 8-9, yeah, it was trash. But like on 5 runes there's nothing he can do to secure that battlefield. Especially if you have the Defy, then it means you can play around Primal Strength too. So like yeah, there's nothing you can do to reclaim that battlefield, most likely. Fox is good for Viktor, yup, but that's most likely a card that you do side out against Yi in my opinion. At least going first, because like going second I could see it in like you want to kill them poros and stuff. But like going first, I don't like it so much. I mean, I don't like it at all, basically. So we now just lost a rune. We could have been on 6 runes and Foxfire in end would not have changed anything. We see that Fox, the good draw, pretty important in the matchup, that we are able to see them big bodies that allow us to close up the games. We are going to be dropping Sentry and passing there. And once again, big problem, because now we are on 5. Next turn, if we don't use Retreat this turn, we are on 7. Meaning we can't play Fox. Whereas last turn, if we don't hide that Foxfire, we could have played that Fox there. Fiffolk is going to be dropped in base. Basically, we want to develop board as long as we are not on like 9-10 runes. Then when we are on 9-10, we are going to start playing as Yi, because that's what you do when you're Yi going second. You try to ramp as fast as you can to them like big dead blooms, white flames. And you also want to have like 1-2 runes opens to support them through like Defy, Discipline, and Wards and stuff. So we are now on 7 runes. Fox could have been extremely good here at killing Kiana, but we don't have that option right now because we are not on 8 runes. So we will have to find a way to either establish boards, which like FIFO could be fine, or we just keep a lot of runes open to once again play around potential combat tricks. But then now you know you are in range of White Flame. Next turn they could potentially have White Flame plus Defy. And if they do White Flame that Tasty and send Tasty into Ahri Ravenbloom, you will need a lot more than a single Foxfire to deal with it. Isn't holding bad for Kiana? Yeah, he should probably have sent Poro to Obelisk and retreated Kiana. Yeah, for sure. So we are drawing a Quartz and it's a Charm. Is that like that Charm is not good because Zonius, but is there a way we could force Zonius and then make it worth it? Because like you could just Charm that Tasty in and kill it, but then that just broke Zonia. Like it's not good, right? So we are just going to be dropping Tasty and passing turn. Yeah, that hiding that Foxfire is right now costing us a lot. Like it's completely backfiring on that Ahri player. It's completely backfiring there. It seems like we are sinking on his side, but we have 9 runes. So it's about time we drop that White Flame and start having them big pushes. Also, we have Zonius, so like there's no reason not to push with that Tasty. We are not going to drop White Flame this turn. Okay, interesting decision. We are just buffing that Tasty and going for the trade here with 7 mites. 7 might into what is going to, like, 7 might is going to become 5, of course. But that's a pretty decent threshold, because then it becomes 5 because of Ahri's effect there. 5. Plays around Foxfire, which is 4. And also plays around a potential buff in like Engwatch, because then Ahri could get to 5 through like Engwatch, but that's not a winning spot neither. We are going to see a Defy on that Discipline. Oh no, we are fully tapped. We are fully tapped though. So we are not seeing a Defy on that Discipline. We are just losing control of that battlefield here. And that Ahri is dead. Might be a stupid question. No stupid questions, mate. Feel free to ask. Foxfire saying any, I can choose what to kill. You can choose what to kill, and you can also choose several targets. Like, let's say they have like 2 here and then 1 here, you can kill everything. Except when it's hidden, because like hidden restricts it to like the battlefield scene. But like played from end, you could kill like a like Poro there and 2 tokens there. Would not be a problem. So yeah, you can do that. Because it's just like at the battlefields, but it's any number of. So that Tasty is now able to conquer. And yes, we have that base set up. Yes, we have that Fox in hand, that Southern Tail Watcher. So that game is not lost at all. But also, we could have been in a way better spot in my opinion. there's no exclamation mark brackets. There's a Discord link. I could send you the link after the game, yeah. But I'm not TO. I'm not organizing the tournament. So we are finally retreating that Kiana, something we should have probably done a couple of turns earlier. But better late than never, right? And then for 8 runes, we are going to see that Fox play hit the boards. Accelerating it. So now both battlefields are -3 in terms of power. Which means Poro is 1. And Tasty is now 4. But if you attack them, they still have Mastery's effect that procs afterwards. So Poro is going to be 4. 2 of Mastery and 1 of Shield. And Tasty is going to be 6 because he has the buff. So we still can't trade easily with our very own Tasty. We'd have to use something like Engward. But we can't trade with Fox, provided they don't have like several Engwards and Discipline. Because we only have 1 rune open. And if we have to defy, but they have double Engwards and or Discipline, then that game is almost over. Let me just take this off, by the way. Let my hair breathe a bit. So we are seeing Tasty plus Sentry being sent there, because like that Poro is 4. So if plus like is -1 of Fox and then +2 of he and then +1 of Shields. So if we add something like Engward or Discipline, we would have traded with Tasty, which is something we really don't want to see as the Ahri player. So we send that extra might just in case they have a buff. And now we are going for Fox plus Ravenbloom into that Tasty, which is once again 5, I'd say. 7 -3 +2, yeah, it's 6. It's 6 with the buff. And we are getting in there with 9. So we are trying to play around potentially Engward plus like Engward plus Discipline kills us there. But like we are trying to play around at least Engward and or Discipline. We are losing that Fox there. And we are activating that Folk there. And drawing an extra cards. So why does that Fox die there? Because like Fox is 7, Tasty is 6. Because Tasty is 7 -3, 4 +2. He was 6, yeah. Fox was 6. The fuck? Tasty peut tuer Fox avec le -3. I'll ask them. I'll ask them. Maybe they have an answer though. Like, let's see chat. Do they look at chat? Maybe we missed something, but I think it should be Fox in the battlefield and Ravenbloom in the trash. Because like Fox is 7. Tasty is 6 +1, 7 -3, 4 +2, 6. So they have to play something like Engward if they want to kill that Fox. I mean, they had Engward already. I can testify for it if needed. I think they are discussing the matter. Because yeah, this does not kill Fox. No? Okay. So they said no, miss. And they are going to be repairing this, I guess. As much as they can. Okay, so they are resetting the game to the moment in which Tasty did its thing. I guess the simple way to make this work was simply like killing that Ravenbloom and putting that Fox on board. But I guess he wants to use Engward. Yep. Most likely he wants to use Engward to kill Fox, and then just Ravenbloom is left. And that makes sense now. And also Ahri was full tapped, I believe. I'm certain. No, she had 1 rune open. She had 1. So now Tasty is 6, we are using Defy on that Engwart, and so only the Ravenbloom is going to die, and that changes a lot because it's way harder to reconquer over Fox, supposedly, at least from what they know, because they also have access to that White Flame, so they are going to be able to trample over that Fox pretty easily on his sides. Thanks for the follow, Kermit. Welcome. And everyone, by the way. Thanks for the supports. So Fox is there, Tasty is in there, but White Flame is also in his end, so we are able to kill that Fox, conquer with Kiana, draw cards. Like, overall, this makes a lot of sense as, like, optimized play, but that won't change a lot. Like, defying was the correct play for sure, but from what I'm seeing on the board, I think the end result is the same. So Kiana is going to go get rid of that Fox for sure. You want to prevent the God of the Grove Willow to trigger, and they draw 2 extra cards for free. So we are getting rid of that Fox. We are most likely drawing a card through Kiana too, because we already are on 10 runes, so like would not make sense not to draw. And we see that charm, double charm there. So we most likely want to kill that Fifolk through a charm too. And then we got rid of the entirety of the board through simply a charm and a White Flame, and we still have runes open to bait potential disciplines, Engwood, Defies, and we also have them bodies in the base to be able to conquer that Obelisk of Power and pressure Ahri to say, if you don't have a way to conquer next turn, I'm winning that game because I'm on 6 points. Pretty strong play here. I like it. So as I mentioned before, I don't think that changes a lot of stuff from what was expected. By the way, this is game 2 and Mastery won game 1, right? Did I upload the score correctly? I think I did. No, I did not. This is game 2, no? Oh, this is game 1? Sprite Mothers? No, this is game 2 for sure. And it's 1-0 for Mastery. For sure. My bad. So, do we find the play? We have that discipline here that is going to draw us a Stupefy. So we are drawing into these spells now. Better late than never, but it might already be too late. And that game is over. We don't have a way to fight back through the board. We don't have an Accelerate. We are going to be able to draw a card with that Yordle, but that's not enough. And that's about it. Yi is the winner of that round with 2 clean games. So this is round 5, I think. Yeah, this is most likely round 5. Next round is finals. And we have Ahri into Kai'Sa as Ahri starting. No, Ahri is going second, but Kai'Sa did miss on that turn 1 search. So past turn game going first as Kai'Sa. Ahri is more than happy with it, but also we have some cards like that Sneaky Deck End that we can see in the hand that are supposed to be able to pressure them battlefields in the early game. But the big problem with that is that we are most likely getting X-Tech raid there if we drop in these 2 battlefields. So we decide to drop it in base and then to just pass and restand 2 runes through Ahri, which makes sense. Like, of course, if Kai'Sa passes, most likely she has spells in them in that end. And if you have your unit blasted with spells, not good. So we need to protect it and we play it slowly. I like that play. I really do like that play. On the other end, Kai'Sa will now have to establish boards. You can most likely drop that Kai'Sa in base, like that red Kai'Sa is free, because not all analysts are on Falling Star, and if they are on some, like, it's fine, because like it requires so much tempo on their side that you are almost happy they play the Falling Star instead of going for the boards. So we are going to see that Sneaky Deck and conquer a first battlefield. We are pitching that Final Flight and drawing a Kai'Sa there. Pretty good draw, because the opponent is full tapped. So that Kai'Sa is sick. We are most likely going to see... Wait, what? We are not seeing that Kai'Sa accelerate. I thought it was a great spot to accelerate that Kai'Sa. Like you tap 5, you burn a power, you pay a power, then you accelerate the Kai'Sa, you conquer, you draw a chord, and then you can flash during your opponent's turn to protect that Kai'Sa. But we decide not to do so, interestingly enough. Interestingly enough, you decide not to do so. Those air, yeah, I'm letting my air grow. So right now it's in the phase in which like it's barely, it's too long to be like good, but also not long enough to look good. Thank you for the follows, guys. And glad to have you here, Corazon. So we are seeing the flash being used on that X-Tech Ray to protect that sneaky deck ants from dying, of course. We wanted to have all runes open for both Flash and Void Seeker. So Void Seeker can punish that Kai'Sa. Maybe that was the play. That probably was the play. Like, now they are going Kai'Sa, we are going Void Seeker, we punish that Kai'Sa, and they have an empty board, but then they can still drop board though. Like, they could potentially accelerate their second Kai'Sa, conquer, draw again. Yo, Pepuz, how you doing, my brother? How you doing? Why would it move Sneaky to DT if he was going to conquer the battlefields? Interesting question. I think he moved Sneaky before drawing, so he wanted to have that draw to know more about what he would have as options. So we are going to see that Void Seeker drop down, exactly the plan we were looking for. Void Seeker is going to hit that Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa is dead. We don't have a retreat now. Annie is drawing a chord, but we do have another Kai'Sa that Sneaky can't really push. We could see a Darius Cliff punish it though, but I think it's still great value on Kai'Sa's side. Like, you tap 5, you accelerate that Kai'Sa, and you conquer no matter what. Yeah, exactly. That's what we are going for there. On Digital's side, drawing that Time Warp might not be of help in this matchup though. That Cliff draw with Darius is diabolical. Yeah, that's a good way for them to enable Darius there. For sure. We also have access to that Scrap Heap. Very good draw there. We could push. And we are just going to use Sneaky there with a Cliff. And we can now push that Kai'Sa into the battlefield, discarding that Scrap Heap. And Scrap Heap is a gear that says whenever I'm discarded, played, or I think bounce back to ants, you draw one. So what we could see there is accelerate Kai'Sa, then push into that Zone Warren, discard Scrap Heap, and draw 3 cards. One of Zone Warren, one of Kai'Sa, and one of Scrap Heap. So that would be a lot of card advantage. We are using 2 cards from the end to do so. But that's a lot of card advantage, and that's also a point, and that's what Annie wants, right? I think we are accelerating it. Yep, for sure we are. Kai'Sa accelerated here. Going into the battlefield, we are going to trigger Zone. Because our opponent is full tapped, so might as well. Then we are drawing one with that Kai'Sa and discarding that Scrap Heap to draw one again. And then Scrap Heap is going to trigger and draw another card. So 3 for 1 on that play. And we found the combo. We already have the Vi Ride the Wind, which is the big quest in this kind of any deck. You have to be able to find that Vi Ride the Wind. Also, we have a Ghost and a Stack deck, so pretty decent cards that we could potentially want to play on this next turn. And Digital needs to be careful, because if he wants to go for that X-Tech Ray or that Void Seeker, okay, Void Seeker on Kai'Sa makes more sense, because if he went for that X-Tech Ray on like Sneaky, and then he got caught by a potential Ride the Wind, that would have been a problem. But in this scenario, we are doing it the correct sequencing. We are blasting both, not bothering. Why Void? Why not X the 3 might? And there's the Kai'Sa. So if you X the 3 might, so you kill the Sneaky and you Darius into Kai'Sa, then if they have Ride the Wind, they can just use Ride the Wind. And they can move Kai'Sa to the other battlefield, score a conquer, and draw one. And this is something that you absolutely don't want to happen. So I'm like really fine with this idea of being able to Void Seeker that Kai'Sa first and make sure we don't get hit by a Sneaky Ride the Wind. For sure. So Sneaky going to see play once again. We are discarding a Ride the Wind. We already have one, and in this matchup there is no Defy, so we basically only need one. Now the goal is to get to them 6 points. Doesn't really develop the board much, I suppose. While Kai'Sa is alive, they conquer and they draw. So I'm really fine with the Void Seeker. Basically, the goal in this matchup is not to develop boards if you're Kai'Sa. It's to control Ahri's board, because once you've done so, Ahri has no way of making it back into the game. You want to find the point in which you control the board before Ahri has 6 points. If Ahri is on 5 points and you have control of the board, you most likely won that game. Because you can't get scammed by like Vi Ride the Wind, right? Whereas if she's at 6, she can just like Vi, recycle everything, ride the wind, game over. Nothing you can do. So we are going to get rid of that Yodel with another Void Seeker on Ahri's side. Ahri can ride the wind Vi and play Darius. So controlling the board is a bit sus. Well, that's the goal that you have to be looking for in the early game. And then when you get close to that like 5-6 point marks, then it gets different for sure. Like, then it's different. But in the early game, you want to get rid of whatever they can play. Basically. Darius cleave. So we are seeing a Darius restand there, being able to kill that Sneaky for sure. No way that Sneaky survives except if we use that flash. We could potentially use the flash though. Where did the cleave go? On Darius. To restand it. But we could potentially use that flash to bring Sneaky back to base. And then we could push into Dreaming Tree, grab the 5th point. We decide not to because we have another Sneaky. So anyway, like we're just dropping Sneaky, I guess, next turn. The card itself, there's an activation pile on the right that we don't see. Only players see. It's behind chat for us. And we get that flash. Discarding one of them time warps because 2 is way more than what we need. Probably won't get even to activate one of them. And now we're thinking we have that Falling Star that is useless and we can't drop the Yodel neither. So we pass turn and Ahri is going to start with a stack deck of her own, stacking the trash once more to make room for that Vite play to occur. And we are seeing double Sneaky, so potentially we could sneak... Lol, got me. A few points there. We are seeing Darius drop though. And Darius is going to be able to trade with the opposing Darius. Or we're going to use Retreat. Potentially Retreat would be an option there. And Retreat is going to be used, yes. It feels like Ahri is super ahead. Yeah, Ahri is ahead for sure. The amount of cards she has is unhealthy. Like, she's in such a good spot for sure. Scrap Heap was like such a huge plus there. So we are pitching that Sneaky. That does not make sense to have right now. Drawing into another Darius. Potentially we could set up a Merchant in base. Or we could just pass with 4 runes open. And try to snag a potential point with that Ride the Wind. But we are going to see Falling Star, so no Ride the Wind for us. Flash can't save that. Darius is doomed. Codes, points, boards, everything. Yeah, basically exactly that. Exactly that. I mean, board, they're still fighting for it. But runes and points, yes, she's ahead. Darius is going to see play, conquering that Dreaming Tree, but we have another Darius of our own on Ahri's side, which means now we can just Darius into Darius, and then next turn we have that Vi Ride the Wind finisher that we all know about, and that is so scary for Kai'Sa. And Kai'Sa will have to find a way out of it. But do we have one? Seems like Ahri is thinking there. No, Kai'Sa was thinking. And we are full tapping to drop that Yodel, I believe. Yup. Yodel dropped. We get that cleave, not so bad. We have the Darius, so that cleave is not so bad. We could make use of it next turn. That being said, we are going to see Sneaky getting that 6 points. Because Kai'Sa is once again full tapped, so no pressure from potential spells. Discarding once again to fill up that trash for Vi to come up. And then we are still stacking up until we can win that game of Ride the Wind next turn. We are seeing another Vi, but also Vayne. And Vayne in that scenario could also be used to conquer next turn if we are in a bit of a hassle for whatever reason. We are dropping Poro, And then we are passing with 3 runes down and 6 points. And next turn, you know what's coming, chat. You know what's coming, chat. It's the Vi ride the win, huh? Because sneaking into Darius is just don't wait. Did he miss the Darius moment? Why? Because he does not need to go Darius. He has 6 points. And basically, Kai'Sa can't do anything about Vi the Wind. Like, Kai'Sa does not have an out. So he knows already that game is over. Next turn, he's just going Vi, recycle everything, ride the wind, game over. Basically. How are they playing in the client? TCG Arena, my friends, is a wonderful tool to play online. Also, Tabletop Simulator exists. And I think that's about it, at least from my knowledge. I don't think Pixel Ball Riftbound is up yet. Usually giving up a turn is bad. I mean, he was getting to 7 at best. So he was not preventing him from having an extra turn. Like, he would have played an extra turn anyway. Now the only question is, does Kai'Sa know that she lost already? Because that game is over. Now, we are dropping that Darius, trying to stack them battlefields, but that won't be enough for sure. Because that Vi could recycle 17 cards from trash. So for those of you who don't know Vi is that card, says you can recycle a... Wait, can I see it? Recycle 1 from your trash, give me +1 might this turn. And this is not a once per turn effect. So you can basically recycle your entire trash to give her, like, in this scenario, +18 might. And she also has ganking. So now what we're going to see is ride the wind to a battlefield with 21 might, kill it, and then ganking to the other one, and we score 2 points, and that game is over. And we have that ride the wind, so we are moving it to a battlefield and readying it, killing whatever's in there, and then we are going to use ganking and kill the Darius, score the 8 points, and that game is over. It's now 1-0 for Annie. So this is the scary combo you have to be wary about. Honestly, Annie has a like really tough time facing those green decks in like Ahri, Master Yi, because of DeFi and Rune Prison that like can keep this combo at bay. Right? But in 2 Kai'Sa, that's like Kai'Sa is the reason why Annie is a decent deck in the format. Because there are so many Kai'Sas, and in most of them games, Kai'Sa does not have a shot. You don't keep time warps post side into Annie, please. Like mulligan them, please. I beg you, mulligan both. You don't keep time. Oh, I mulligan only one. You don't keep time warps into Annie. Like, those games are exactly fast enough for you not to be able to do anything with your warps. Why are there cords in the trash there? Huh? Cords in the trash, huh? Yeah, exactly. He was trying to go from 6 to 8. Exactly. Exactly, that was the plan. That game was won. Like, we could debate about optimizing, but like, that game was over. There's no way on Earth Kai'Sa could play around that. So like, yeah, that's about it. Kitty. So we have, tough time on Annie's side, because we have triple cleave, double spell, and we only have sneaky as a body. So we have to pass that first turn. Being an aggro deck, this is not something that you want to do for sure. Thank you for the follow, guys, by the way. Time warp, yeah, time warp. Like, why don't you mulligan? Like, first of all, why don't you side out both? But then, why don't you mulligan both? Like, why would you keep that time warp there? Not so sure, huh? Thinking here, on Annie's side, we have that one rune open to pressure for the X-Tech Ray, but there's not much we can do about it. If we are Annie and they have Ray, we are kinda doomed, but they don't. So we are now going to be able to score that first point with the sneaky. And then potentially, Annie's play here is Yodo comes to fight, you ride the wind to the opposite direction, and then you score the hold, and then you draw 2. I guess that would be Ahri's plan, but that dies to Darius 2p5, which we see there. Oh, then that changes stuff, because now you can enable cleave. So I think that's the play we are looking for. If we go Darius 2p5 there, this is a very bad play. Like, if he goes Darius 2p5 to enable Darius to get in there, and he can just tap 2 for ride the win, get there, tap 1 for cleave, kill this, score the conquer, score the hold, and draw 2. Like, this is so cracked. Like, this guy has to be wary about that. You absolutely need to use Falling Star there if you want to fight it, or you let it have the hold. And he is going for the Darius play. Oh, he is going for the Darius play. Such a big swing so early in the game. We are going to see that 2p5 hit the board, but that's exactly what Ahri wanted to see. She is going to be able to make value of those cards in her hands. And Darius is getting there, but we have the play, guys. Did we find it? If we find that play, it's terrific. It's absolutely terrific. Cleave is going to see play in the Dreaming Tree, so we are going to draw a card off of it. And then we are just going to play that Ride the Win. And we are going to kill that Yodel, conquer, score the hold, draw 2 cards. This is terrific, guys. This is the big swing of the game. Ahri gains so much momentum. Like, she was lacking bodies, but she gets so much momentum from that turn. This is insane. Like, it's 2 points and 2 draws. This is completely insane, guys. Like, it's 1 draw of Dreaming Tree, 1 draw of Gold, and 1 draw of the draw. So it's plus 2 draws. Flat. This is insane, guys. This is completely insane. And Sneaky is going to survive too, because now he's full tap. Nothing he can do, right? Great read on Ahri's side, and a bit of a commit on Katchouze. He had to use that Falling Star, and we find the Vein, and we have the Cleave. So we also have a shot. Extra draw, extra draw, extra draw, extra draw. Extra draw. Grove. Do they see chat? I think they do. Grove holding provides an extra draw, which he did not do, I think. I believe. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, so he draws the extra card there. And then Vein is ready. Because we have Darius in the battlefield. And then we can just use Cleave to push through that Darius. And we manage to find value in them 3 Cleaves in the ends. And now we draw 1 of the Dreaming Tree. And we also find a Katchouze. And Katchouze's board is empty. We are bouncing back that Vein for sure. Paying an energy. So Vein is Assault 3. And then when I conquer, you can send me back to base. And I enter ready if there's a unit in the battlefield on your opponent's side of the field. So Darius was there, enters ready, procs Cleave, and the next turn you can potentially do it all over again. This is so good. This is so good. We are going to see Katchouze try and conquer there, but Katchouze gets smashed instantly by Vein, because Vein is 5 might with the Assault ports. What sim is this? This is TCG Arena. Pretty cool sim. And like, we are drawing a lot on Katchouze's side, but we are also falling behind on tempo quite a lot, and Ahri is taking the lead score-wise. Will we be able to deal with that Sneaky? Nothing less certain, because now if we don't deal with Sneaky, Ahri once again draws 2 cards, and we decide not to use that Falling Star, decide that it would be a bit of a waste. So now we can draw 2 extra cards, 1 off the top and 1 off the Grove. We are drawing again, and we are finding that Darius, and now we have once again that unhealthy amount of cards in hands. Falling Star was potentially a correct play, yes. I would probably have gone for Falling Star, yes. And now we are using that Vein once again to fight with that Katchouze, and we are on 5 might, so we are scoring an extra point. Good news is we have that vibe, but we don't have the right to win. Bad news is we have Ahri, and Ahri champion allows us to, when you play me, return a spell from your trash to your hand. And what do we have in the trash? Exactly, Ride the Wind. So next turn, we have the runes needed to use both Vi and Annie, retrieve the Ride the Wind, and conquer both. So we are in a very tough spot on digital side. Very, very tough spots here. We are going to value that Falling Star to clear both bodies, and then potentially drop something like Hopeful Yordle to establish a bit of board. But if we do so, and we don't manage to conquer any of them battlefields, that game is over already. We are dropping Yordle, finding another Yordle off the top, not what we want to see there. Dropping Hopeful, and then those Axelos see the play. If he saw it, or he draws the Ride the Wind off the top, it's even better. That game is over. So we are dropping that Vi, using effect to recycle all 6 cards in the trash. Oh, he saw the play anyway. He just wants to show, like, he just wants to show off. He had the knowledge. He had the knowledge to get that Ride the Wind back to end. He knew the play was there. And then we are just going to recycle everything through Vi and use that Ride the Wind to conquer both battlefields and win that game. Oh, he does not recycle, greedy. If they have Extec Ray, oh, he did recycle everything. Okay, he just did not add the might there. And then ganking, and that game is over. And Vi, Ride the Wind, doing exactly what it's supposed to do. Taking Kaisa down, beating her to a pulp. And we see Annie going up 2-0 in that best of 3. But this is finals, by the way. Let me just update the title. My bad for speaking French for so long. Kinda needed to figure things out. Spec mode is a bit not working sometimes. Alright, so we have Scatty on top and we have Kaisa on the bottom. What's the name? He's player or something, but he has a name for sure. We have Squeeze on the bottom. Not sure if credit card is the only payment option really. I would need to check that. So we will see Squeeze starting, or no, Squeeze going second, dropping that Sentry, while Scatty started and dropped that Ravenbloom turn 1. So I guess both players find their turn 1s, both players have spells in them Extec Rays, them Void Seekers. We are probably pretty happy with that start on both sides. Do you want to use Retreat there and then just drop like Sentry or Hopeful, potentially Hopeful Pass? I could see Retreat on that Ravenbloom, then Hopeful Pass. Could be a play that would have value. Also playing around like potentially another Extec Ray or something on the upcoming turns. I could see that. Or we are letting that Ravenbloom die and then we develop something like Sentry Hopeful, which is decent too. But don't we want to value that Ravenbloom though? No, Ravenbloom is dying and we are developing Sentry into Hopeful most likely. We are just passing, okay, deciding to take it slow. No urge, we are playing it slow and we are letting Ravenbloom die and we are also not developing the Hopeful yet. Pretty interesting decision here on Scatty's side. And what is going to be Squeeze answers? So we have that Void Seeker that is also pretty good at dealing with the Kaisa in that matchup that we don't see in Scatty's hands. We are going to see the Extec Ray come and clear that Sentry. We don't want to give them 2 free runs at the end of the turn through the Conquer. Sentry dying means we are drawing a card there. And we have that Void Seeker also, so we could potentially Void Seeker that Sentry next turn to keep that back and forth going. But that also means Scatty is drawing a card. So far, almost on equal footing, these players are still trying to establish a bit of board advantage. And a lot of thinking on Squeeze's side. Are we just passing? We could also develop Kaisa in base, but that would imply that we have Retreat, which we don't. That being said, that would also probably put Scatty in a spot of thinking we do, and so if he has Falling Star, he probably does not activate it. I could see that. Or we are just accelerating that Kaisa to try and conquer and draw. No, it's just Poro Sentry and pass turn. Establishing a bit of board there, Sentry, and we are passing there. Thanks for the follows, guys. Coffee, Parasite, thank you guys for the support, means the words. So we now have a sentry on board, and we have no way to clear it on Squeeze's side, being full tapped. What is this app? I thought Riftbound was only records. This app is TCG Arena. And you can also play on Tabletop Simulator. Both of them are working fine. So we are syncing now on Skadi's side. We have 6 runes available, which means potentially a Darius play, but most likely a Kai'Sa play, because Squeeze being full tapped implies that you can for free push with that Kai'Sa, draw a card, and you potentially push it into like that pick to have restands and be able to retreat her afterwards. I do like the Kai'Sa play there. I think you should go for that Kai'Sa play. You don't have nothing to enable that hopeful, so might as well go for the Kai'Sa play there. Yeah, it's in brother, exactly. Exactly. No, it's not official, it's not official. So we are dropping that Darius. Okay, kinda interested in that play. Why would we drop Darius instead of Kai'Sa there? Like, Kai'Sa was good into the board, and also we had them runes to play that retreat. So why would we? Interested in knowing that. And also we played the Cleave to enable the Darius, but we did not play it on the Sentry. Okay, it's not the Dreaming Tree, my bad. I'm being baited by the face-up battlefields. Okay, so interesting decision here to decide not to enable that Kai'Sa while the opponent was full tapped and we had that retreat to get her back to ends. I think I'd have dropped that Kai'Sa for sure there. Yeah, no ranked I think, but matchmaking is up. Voidseeker going to see play on that Darius, and then we are going to go for a trade with the Sentry. Most likely Darius gets retreated though, because we don't want to lose it. Also, we need runes. We burnt a lot dropping that Darius earlier. Is there anything we would want to do there? Potentially we could use like Stupefy to react, which we do. We do see the Stupefy here to try and bring that Darius to 4 might, which would also mean he dies to the damage of Voidseeker, forcing a second retreat here on Skadi's side. And do we want to use it there is the question. Great push here by Squeeze. Really great push by Squeeze. Thinking, because now you have to drop that second retreat. Yup. You have no choice, but you are also left on so few cards in the hands, and you are not able to keep hold of that Grove of the Good Willow, so no way you draw extra cards there. We are ramping through the retreats. No. My cat's doing crazy stuff again. So retreats fizzling as we don't have a unit to return to ends. And then we are just going to conquer with that Sentry on Squeeze's side, forcing that Darius to potentially come out once again to fight for that Grove. Otherwise, you are just giving too many draws to Squeeze, but he's in so much of a great spot there. And we draw Ravenbloom. That is not a good draw here. Not a good draw at all on Skadi's side. Oh, by the way, scores. I need to update scores. This is 0. And this is 0 too. So either we develop Ravenbloom and then Hopeful, but then that game is almost over. Like, they draw 2 of Grove, they score 2 of Holding, they retreat everything to base, they develop in base. Like, yeah, you can't do that. We have to go Darius Hopeful. We have to. Like, there's no way we don't. Yeah, we go Darius Hopeful. Darius restanding, trying to fight into that Sentry, get a hold of that battlefield. Sentry dies, we draw another card, and then we pass turn with only 1 rune open on Skadi's side. And what are we seeing here? Skadi thinking. We have a lot of great options. Fighting Star being one of them. But we also want to push into that Darius. We know that 2 retreats were used. So I completely think Falling Star Darius crushes that game. Like, you drop Darius or Kai'Sa. I mean, Kai'Sa? With the cleave? Okay, with the cleave I could see it. We were using that cleave, pushing into that Darius, conquering to draw a chord, and then using that Falling Star to deal with the Hopeful in base. And then he's left on like top decking something. Retreating the Yordle makes sense too. And then you just use that Falling Star, you recycle a rune, and you kill that Hopeful. Kai'Sa is going to be developed. On Skadi's side, we are going to try and conquer that Targon's Peak, which is likely to happen on 2 runes. You just, like, the only way you are afraid of 2 runes open is 2p5 X-Tech Ray when attacking with Kai'Sa, but in this scenario, we are dropping and we see a Time Warp there. Do we use everything to develop? I guess you use everything to develop, because, like, you have that Restant 2 from the Targon's Peak, so you also develop that Raven Bloom. I don't like that play. I think he forgot. He had them 2 runes restanding. Because if he did not, he would still have 2 runes and then Raven Bloom in the base. So we are seeing a bit of a misplay here on Skadi's side. And Squeeze will most likely make advantage out of it. Or at least try to develop the boards, knowing that he's not facing something like a Void Seeker potentially. We are going to tap 5 runes to drop that Darius to base. Darius will then come in to fight that Kai'Sa at the cost of something like a Stupefy. Pretty cheap Reconquer there, and also enables you to restand 2 runes at the end of the turn with the Targon's Peak. So we are definitely in a great spot, because we are able to both have advantage on board, but also in base. And that's exactly what you want in this kind of matchup, in this kind of scenario. We could also just... Okay, so we are dropping the Falling Star here. Then we want to go for that Stupefy Falling Star play. We kill everything, then we Stupefy the Kai'Sa, -1 might, dies. Is the plan. And then we push with Yordle, most likely. And retreat Kai'Sa, and Darius goes to battlefields. Oh, Mega Mech. Oh. These 2 chords, I tell you what, Time Warp and Mega Mech, I don't like any of them. And in this particular scenario, these are very, very bad, unfortunately. Tough times ahead for Skadi. Stupefy going to make Kai'Sa fall. And then pushing with the Yordle, retreating the Kai'Sa, and pushing Darius to the battlefield, most likely. Or we are just keeping Darius in base, it's fine too. We don't threaten the hold, but also we just need to conquer twice to win next turn. So might as well save Darius, that makes sense. And I do like the singularity I can see in Squeeze's hands way more than I like the Time Warps and the Mega Mechs, that's for sure. Stupefy drawing into Yordle, and that game is over if we don't draw a Darius there. Falling Star will not be enough. Potentially Stupefy had to be on that Kai'Sa though. So like if we top deck that Falling Star, a bit of a misplay again I think, because like if we top deck that Falling Star, we most likely want to Falling Star Yordle and Kai'Sa, and if they don't have an Accelerate, you don't lose next turn. Do I K-pop the monster? More likely yes, sorry. It's more than likely. Blah, 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 blah. Sorry guys, I'm getting tired. It's more than likely. This is a like Japanese anime playlist basically. So I mean, yeah, that would make sense. I don't hear it because it's in the headset that I don't wear, so I can focus on casting. But most likely, yeah. By the way, how is the volume? Like, is it loud enough? I think it is. None of you complained, so I guess it is. But can you hear the music still? I guess so. It is Bleach OP12. my guy knows his game, right? Like, can't tell, not even it's Bleach, but also the number of the opening. We know our crafts. We know the crafts. We see Arena's greatest here. On Skaddy's side, going first, that makes sense. And then reverse row on Squeeze's side. Reverse row also pretty good chord in that mirror match, forcing spells. I think if you are the better player out of both, you are more than happy to have a reverse row in play. Because like, this forces so many interactions, like this is super good. You have to value your spells more, and then if Kai'Sa is in reverse row, and you don't have a spell to kill it, you are just exposing yourself to an endless like in and out of Kai'Sa, scoring and drawing each turn, and that's not something you want. Pretty good heads, and sorry, on Squeeze's side, with that like Power Retreat, Falling Star Darius, all of them work pretty well together. And on the other side, on Skaddy's end, we have just about the same with one blast spell, one turn, one unit. And then we also have that retreat, and we found a Noxus Hopeful to go with it. So pretty good starting ends. I would say we will have a fair game so far if both players don't draw like 10 trash cards in a row. Kitty Cat wants to go out. Give me a second. Okay, great. She's out. So we are still thinking on the mulligan, I think, for one of those. Or is everything good? Are they chatting or something? Like, they are not playing for sure, aren't they? Roba is still muted, so probably they are thinking and or chatting, I guess. Let's just give them time to prepare. Someone missed Jiro. What is Jiro? Yeah, they were thinking on the mulligan there. What do you mean drops from deck? Wait, what? Oh, they missed. They did. Okay. Hero. You were saying hero, I guess. So yeah, they forgot the champion. So they had to put the champion back in the zone. Okay, gotcha. I guess that's what you were saying, Barakas. Thank you for telling me. So we are now able to start that game. I guess. Yup. We'll see Skaddy going first, dropping a sentry most likely and passing. Classic turn 1 from Kai'Sa. And using the thumbler right away. I like you already. So we are going to see Poro being dropped as an answer. We have them 2 retreats which are very good in the matchup. So I guess we are down to see them so early in the game and know we can play around us. Sentry is most likely going to conquer that reverse row. Yup, it's free, no way you don't get there. And Poro will come and challenge it, and it's the start of the back and forth we were talking about. Sentry being developed in base, we also have a Hopeful to accompany it. And then we are passing turn trying to develop that base that is so crucial to the mirror match as Kai'Sa versus Kai'Sa. Second Darius being drawn. I guess you are a bit less happy about that one, in the sense like having one is fine, you'd rather either play for a Fox or a blasting spell to go with the Darius. Because now if we want to develop board, we are playing Kai'Sa in base, which is fine because we have retreat, but we can't really play Darius. So now we are pushing with Poro, most likely into that reverse row. Yup, exactly. That sentry is going back to base. And then we are passing turn with a rune open. So if they have Falling Star on that Kai'Sa, we are able to use the retreat there. Also, something pretty interesting that we could see with this double retreat is if they use a chord that is either Falling Star or Icathian Rain on Skaddy's side, and you retreat everything that's on your board, they have to target their own units, because they have to kill a unit no matter what, or to target a unit no matter what. And like if they activate it, if you retreat both and this resolves, sometimes they have to kill their own units. So this is something that we could see also, like tricks trying to play around that double retreat. We managed to secure both battlefields on Skaddy's side, and then Kai'Sa is most likely going to go and swing at Hopeful. I guess that's the plan. No, we see that Void Seeker, so it's even better. It's a safer bet. Like, you just swing with Kai'Sa. If they decide not to retreat, you use Void Seeker. It's fine. And then we just have that Poro to come crash into that sentry. and we could score 2 points ourselves there. We really do want to Void Seeker that Kai'Sa though. So hopefully they use Void Seeker, you use Void Seeker, it's fine. Sentry dies, we give access to that Darius. This is something I would have done last. I think that's a bit of a misplay. Because like you give them the draw, if the draw is a spell, then you gave them a free draw for no reason, while you could do exactly this at the very end of the turn. And that was like the exact same results. We are seeing Void Seeker being used on that Hopeful. Not sure I like that play neither. Like, I guess you attack. Okay, they retreat. But then you're still exposed to Void Seeker, right? You attack. If they don't decide not to retreat, then okay, you just like use the Void. And if they decide to retreat, I guess it's fine. You could just retreat your Kai'Sa next turn. I'm fine with that. So we are using that Seeker onto Kai'Sa that is going to be retreated right away for it not to die. And we have 3 runes open to potentially use Execrate and retreat, and that is going to be a pass on Squeeze's turn. And now we have Darius and Fox. So we know that in a late game situation, a late game scenario, we have them weapons that are very crucial to retaking in Scatty's hands. But what we need to do now is establish somewhat of a force in base to be able to make Fox a menace, in the sense that we have some stuff in base, so Fox drops, and then we can push with like everything there. Makes sense. We draw the Icatan Raid, also can be crucial in that matchup. And then probably we conquer with Sentry. I could see that. Getting it with an Execrator, drawing an extra quartz, and we hit that Stupefy. And then I think we just okay, we want to develop Darius. I think we could have just developed Ravenbloom and Hopeful in base, and that was fine. Like, you are not behind on points, so that was fine, I guess. Thanks for the follows, guys. But we are using that Darius to go trade for Poro. Not only gaining a point from conquering, but also denying a point of holding, so I could still see that. This makes sense. Now, if you're ready to play that Darius, might as well play that Kai'Sa accelerated, no? As in, like, you drop Kai'Sa, you challenge Poro. The only way your Kai'Sa dies to them being on 2 runes is Stupefy Ray. Unlikely. I mean, possible, but like, unlikely. I think they use Stupefy already. And Ray. No, they just use Ray already. Not impossible, though. Like, unlikely, but not impossible. Could occur, so maybe you play safe. I could get that. Is it the double Darius? No, it's Kai'Sa. Going to that reverse row once again. Starting that game of like, I conquer, you conquer. I go back to base, and I conquer again, and then we draw. Most likely something that we are going to see there. Darius restanding itself. Finishing off the other Darius. Stupefy does not change a thing. There's no way you save this Darius. Might as well keep that Stupefy to make your own Darius better next turn. So we are letting this go. And we could also Fox there. There's a decent Fox there. In like, you Fox, kill the Darius, and then your YOLO is enough to beat down that Kai'Sa. But we decide to use that Rain instead. Great value there. We make sure that this Kai'Sa will never get to go back to base and conquer again and draw extra cores by using that Rain. So once again playing against, or around rather, that reverse row being extremely crucial in the matchup when it's on the table. We are conquering with that YOLO. Once again forcing a spell, else I just sent my YOLO back to base. We are on 6 points. And now we are developing a Hopeful and passing turn there. We also have access to that retreat, so if we get it with that Falling Star Stupefy combo on both bodies, we could just retreat that Hopeful to end and still be able to develop in the upcoming turns. 5 runes being tapped. It's either Kai'Sa or Darius at this point. You know they have Kai'Sa because they use retreat, I believe. So you probably know they have Kai'Sa. It's either Kai'Sa or Darius. Because like now board is empty and Fox is bad. Like, you don't want to fox a solo Yordle at the battlefield. So we are most likely going to see... Okay, it's Darius. Then is it Darius Kai'Sa? Could be Darius Kai'Sa once again, though. Like, could be another Darius Kai'Sa turn, but I think the Falling Star Stupefy play is appealing also. Yeah, we are going to see that. Falling Star being used on both bodies. Okay. If we don't misplay, there's no way we fuck up the retreat. Like, they're going to use Stupefy. We're just going to retreat then. Don't retreat now. That's the only thing you have, like, to make sure you don't do. And we are seeing that Yordle die. Darius withstands, of course, and pushes into that reverse row. And that is very good for Darius, because once again, you need a big spell to clear it. Else it just goes back to base, and then you can swing around the boards on the following turn. And we are using that Stupefy on the Hopeful, which is most likely going to be met with a retreat, because I don't see a way we could make a better use of that singular rune that we have open on Skadi's side. So most likely we are retreating that Hopeful. Yup, we are. And then we are channeling that extra rune, and we are also able to develop a bit more on the upcoming turn. Something like Darius plus Hopeful could be great. And we are going to pass, most likely. We could drop that Power though. That would give them the intel that we don't have anything in hand, but also that allows us to have a body in base in case Darius gets traded or by a spell or something. So I could see us dropping that Power. Yeah, I like that play. I think baiting is good, but sometimes you have to be aware of the fact that, like, baiting is not needed. Also, we are playing around Darius there, but they have a Stupefy, so not exactly certain what this accomplishes. Like, can't they just go Kai'Sa, Darius, Stupefy, and it's game over, right? Like, they go Kai'Sa to the right, you can't do anything, you're full tapped. Yup, draw a Quartz. Then Darius, Stupefy, nothing you can do. Literally nothing you can do. Yeah, they have the runes to Stupefy too. So you're on 7. Stupefy. Goes back to 6. Game over. Conquer. Score. Game over. Yep. And that's about it. We are tied at 1-1 in these finals of Robalas's tournament. The Robalas Cup 1. Tied at 1-1. Both players showing great experience playing that Kai'Sa deck and that mirror match, which I think they faced more than once to reach that point in the tournament. But we see both players trying to work their way around, like, them sneaky interactions and potential spares and stuff. Really do like the way these guys are playing the game. So far, interesting finals. I think there were a bit of, like, sub-optimizations in game 1, but, like, nothing crazy. And then, like, this game 2 was pretty sick too. Pretty sick. Also, we've seen a time warp on Skadi's side, I think. I do believe. We've not seen a time warp on Squeezy's side. But, like, once again, no way any of these players was dropping that warp there. No way. So, like, pretty happy that they are not on it. Kinda like that. By the way, thank you guys for being 57 right now. A bit more earlier, a bit less also at some point, but, like, thank you for being here. And I hope you're enjoying your time here and the cast. I hope you like it. Thank you for being here once again. Means the words. So we are drawing our starting ends. Okay. So top end is good, especially because we are going second as Skadi. Bottom end, not so good, because these are cards that you want to have, but you also need to... Oh, come on. I was about to say you also need to see a turn 1, so you need to make a deep mulligan. And now we are stuck with 3 Falling Stars. Not a bad card by any means in the matchup, but, like, it's pretty heavy. Pretty heavy in this scenario. So now you have to find a way to value them. And I don't think you want to stupefy, because you want to stupefy on like either Kai'Sa or Hopeful to make that Falling Star live. So is the plan to conquer and then just Kai'Sa to base? I could see that. Yeah, that's the plan for sure. But then Falling Star, it's you hard. And they do have it. They just Falling Star the Kai'Sa in base there. And that eats you so hard. It's your only body. And then they can just like Yodel Cleave. Or even just like execrate the Poro would be good. But Yodel Cleave is even better. Huh. Tough times ahead. Tough times ahead for Squeezes. Will he be able to find the comeback in this game 3 of the finals? We see that Falling Star on Kai'Sa, and she's just dead. At least I like Squeeze's idea of like, I mean, I'm doomed anyway, might as well drop Kai'Sa instead of passing turn, and not trying to go for a losing play, right? Like, if they don't have Falling Star, this puts me back into the game. If they do, well, I'm doomed, but anyway, I can't really play around it. So we are going to see that cleave on the Poro, Yodel conquering, we have that sentry in the base. We only draw a sentry. So we are just going to use that Falling Star already, and then probably drop sentry in base and pass turn there. At least Falling Star somewhat gets a bit of value there, but it's not like perfect by any means. So we are passing with 2 runes open, potentially baiting for like those rays, those stupefies. But once again, we don't have any of those. We only have a retreat and a stupefy in hand as playable cards. That sentry will need to find something off the top of the deck. Because so far, we are still in that game. But like, this is not a great scenario, let me tell you that. Kai'Sa, ooh, drawing into that Fox, one of them big endgame pieces that we were talking about. Pretty important. Where does that Kai'Sa come from though? Huh? Did he... Oh, he just... Okay, just passed. So he starts turn, draws Kai'Sa. That's a great draw. That's a fairly great draw. That will allow you to draw cards, and that's exactly what you want there. Now we are tapping 4 to drop it. Conquering with the sentry, most likely. And passing turn, I guess, is the plan. Yeah. Should be it. Yep, exactly, we are passing. So now we have also retreats available. That sentry should be dead. He has to target him. With the Falling Star, if they retreat on the activation of the card, that is true. Technically true. But both players are like vocal, so maybe he waited for the targets. Because I've seen pings. So maybe he waited for the targets and then retreated, which is a misplay, by the way. But yeah, I do agree, Jebs, you're right. If he plays the sequence correctly, he is indeed sending that sentry into Oblivion. I mean, why wouldn't you wait if you just have case? Yeah. I do agree with you. I think it was just a misplay, potentially not aware of the ruling. I don't know. But I guess it was a misplay on esports. Not sure. Since like this is not properly resolving a court, but more of like a misplay in game decisions, I'd rather not jump in the call and say like, you should have done this. Did you do it? Because then it creates like them awkward situations in them saying like, oh yeah, I did this exactly. And the opponent saying, no, you did not. And like, yeah, you see what I mean, right? Let's not get into that. We have Ray and Stupefy to try and deal with that Kai'Sa. So pretty good. We don't even need to waste that Falling Star that could potentially deal with like Darius's later on. And we can also push with that Kai'Sa in the base, which I think we're going to see. Like push to the right, draw a card, if you have the opportunity to do so. Oh, we are pushing to the left though. Trying to value that Stupefy. But then they have Smokescreen. Do they use Smokescreen? I mean, if they use Smokescreen, you just use Ray, right? And that makes sense too. And if you have to use Retreat, At least you're in Dreaming Tree. Okay. And so now we see Ray into Ray, right? Like they use Ray. Kai'Sa dies. Opponent uses Ray. Kai'Sa gets bounced back to end through retreats. That also means we played 2 chords, so Darius won't be able to restand, but like, I guess it's fine. Oh no, or just letting the conquer happen, okay. Huh? I don't see why you would not use Ray there, though. Like, it's such a good spot to use Ray. Sentry, Sentry again, and then we are passing with a rune open for that retreat to be available. I don't see why you would not Ray. Like, your legend was not tapped. If your legend is tapped, I can see like keeping that power. But legend was not tapped there. So I think we should have Raid on Skadi's side. Yeah. I think there was a Ray. Like, at least they have to retreat, but better have it, right? If they do have it, it's fine. You force the retreats, basically. I think I would have seen Ray there. Then we are seeing Hopeful drop. Darius activates, going to trade that Kai'Sa, and we are most likely going to see a retreat. So much value there, a rune and a draw. I guess we are retreating. There's no reason not to, right? Yup, we are indeed retreating. Retreat is going to bring Kai'Sa back to end, draw a chord, and channel a rune. Extremely good power play there. And we now have 11 runes for next turn. And also a rune open, but like, not much we could do with that. And we are passing on Skadi's side with 2 runes open to activate either those X-Tech Rays or that smoke screen, potentially. And on the other end, Squeezes has them sentries to try and roam around the board, score them points, and potentially draw chords. The Miss Frey floor tree? Bro, I think you're talking in like some old language that is close to English, but I tend to never understand what you're right, bro. Like, my man is like Shakespeare in the flesh. Shakespeare in the flesh, like Ray. Nah, they drew Ravenbloom. They drew Ravenbloom off of 3. They drew Ravenbloom. Love you, brother. Love you. Don't get mad, right? But like, every message, I'm like, huh. Okay, so we have 11 runes as expected. We have that Kai'Sa that can be accelerated, and opponent is fully tapped. So not afraid of like seeing a potential Void Seeker or something like that. Okay, so we are using that Seeker. Then we'll be using Ray, I guess. Because if we are going for Seeker, that means we want to use Ray as well. Would be my bet. We are thinking now. I mean, might as well conquer with Kai'Sa on the right. Because then if you find something like Stupefy off the top, it's better than Ray. But do you have Stupefies in the deck though? You used 1 for sure. You only used 1. So I guess you want to conquer with Kai'Sa first. Yup. 2 more. You're on the right track. 1 more. Yup. Recycle the reds. I do believe that's the play. If you draw Stupefy off the top, it's better. Getting there, drawing a chord, scoring a points. You disabled Darius, but you still have the runes to X-Tech Ray if needed. Smokescreen. I think you just Ray there. Yeah, you just Ray for sure. Darius is dead. They have Hopeful that can conquer though. But you have Smokescreen to fight back into that Hopeful. If they do Fox though, tough spot. If they do Fox, push Fox onto Kai'Sa. And we are seeing the Falling Star. Okay, so we are recycling a ton. But that makes sense, because if they do have Fox, we were kinda doomed. So that makes sense that we have to use that Falling Star here. Because now, if they Fox into Kai'Sa, surely Kai'Sa dies. But like, they're only on 6. Whereas if they Fox and we don't clear that Hopeful, Hopeful goes to the empty battlefields. You potentially Ray it. I guess that's fine. But then Fox deals with Kai'Sa and they can set up base potentially. which you don't want. Oh no, they miss runes. But like, anyway, that Falling Star makes sense. Double smoke screens, seeing draw here, being drawn here. Falling Star is going to be used on that case set twice. We are getting rid of it. And now we just have to develop in base. Yup, exactly. No reason not to. Developing boards. Opponent's board is empty. We are not in range of them winning by conquering. So we are dropping that Darius. Is it Darius double Ravenbloom? It's most likely Darius. Now the question is only one or two Ravenblooms. I'd go for a one, most likely. Because like you still have the runes open to potentially smokescreen. And I mean, we would have loved to have like 3 runes open there. Because then you could smokescreen raid Fox. And that's crazy interaction. That's pretty crazy interaction. But we are missing a rune to do so. Subify being drawn on Scatty's side. Might as well use. Potentially you draw Darius. And you can trade with the Darius right away. Without having to pay the 2 power cost of Fox. I guess is the plan. Or we could just Fox. Then this means this Darius is 3. So if you get in there is 2, sorry. So if you get in there with Fox, you don't die to anything. Like if they do smokescreen, you are on 3, you still win that. If they do, no, there's no way you lose if you do this. So yeah, might as well. If they did put Ravenbloom with Darius, we probably had much more of a debate. But like in this scenario, I think you just have to Fox. Fox is super good here. Yeah, exactly. So we will be tapping 8 runes, recycling 2 blue power to play that Fox push into Darius. Darius is 2 might. Even if they use smokescreen, Fox still wins that trade. Would have been pretty good if they had 1 more rune. So they could like both smokescreen and Extec Ray. But like they don't have that opportunity right now. So we can free trade that Darius with the Fox. Then we probably don't want to conquer the opposing side. Because like if you do and they find Icathin Rain, aren't you doomed? You are doomed. If they find Icathin Rain off the top, that game is over, right? Like Fox takes 3 pings, Yordle and Poro in base both take 1 pings, and then Ravenbloom trades Ravenbloom. And that game is over. Or they just use like Ray on Ravenbloom, like whatever, basically. And that game is over. If they find Rain off the top, because then if you have Ravenbloom in base, you have just enough bodies in base so they can't use... Okay, so they are using Extec Ray. If you add Ravenbloom in base, you have exactly enough bodies so they can't rain Fox and everything you have in base and trade the rest with their units. So we are playing into Rain pretty heavily there. Maybe we know they are not on Rain though. But like if they are on Rain and they see Rain, problems. I tell you what, problems. So Ray is going to get rid of that Ravenbloom. Poro is going to try and conquer once again, and this time it will work properly. And now, what are we doing? We are sending that Yordle with Fox. Okay, so we were intending on sending everyone to battlefields anyway. What's that for the... Like this is 9. This plays around Darius, but not Darius Cleave. 7 plus 2b5 already plays around Darius without Cleave. Ooh, we find the Singu. It's super good. Oh, Singu is super cracked here. Like you could Singu both bodies on the right. Is it that good though? Because now... Okay, so... Yeah, it is. Because now, you don't use Singu right away, right? You don't want to use Singularity right now. But, they are on 7 points. You know you can clear the board there. Like, you can trade Poro and Darius Smokescreen deals with the rightmost boards. They have Smokescreen though. What happens with Smokescreen if they meet Smokescreen with Smokescreen? Fox is 3, Yordo is 2, so 5, Darius. So it's not a clear. But like Singu is super good in this spot. Super good there. And also I was thinking, but I was wrong, but I was thinking if you manage to clear the ball through Darius, but they have smokescreen, but if you manage to clear the ball through Darius, you have access to Singu to then clear their base, because most likely at 7 points, like, they will for sure need a turn to set up base. Because there's no way Kai'Sa conquers both battlefields from empty boards on the same turn, except if they have like double accelerate, which is unlikely, seeing their cards in hands. So like Singu was super good, like you clear the boards, they set up base, you Singu, that game is most likely over. But it's not working because like you don't have exactly what it takes to play around smokescreen. So now they need to think a lot. What's the best play there? Foxy 7, yeah, exactly. If they had a Stupefy or something, that would have changed everything, of course. We are dropping that Singu, I guess, here. Yup. And it is time also. So I mean, in the upcoming 5 turns, that game is most likely over. But starting now, this is turn 0, then turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, turn 4, turn 5. I guess that game is over before 5 turns though. So what do? You Singu for sure. What? You just lost the game. He just lost the game, no? Okay. You used Singu on Fox, and then he's going with Ravenbloom with 3 to try and trade and clear the boards. Was there not a better play there? I think no, like in smokescreen you don't have an option to win this game there. I think if they don't have smokescreen, you most likely have a shot. But in smokescreen, I don't think you can win that game. Because now we are just going to get smokescreens. And then Yordo will be enough to tank the damage from the Ravenbloom. And then Fox is alive and we hold and we win the game. Because smokescreen will be used. Oh. No, wait. Smokescreen is used on Fox. So we kill Fox. Because he had 6 damage already. Then Yordo is 2 and Ravenbloom is +1 because of smokescreen. So it's a 2-in-2 trade. And both kill. Both are dead. This game is not over, ladies and gentlemen. And we have nobody. We don't have a body, so we need to use that Stupefy onto that Ravenbloom right now to try and find an option. Yup. And we need a body. Rain. Rain is not so bad. It's not so bad of a draw. It's not a body, but it's not so bad of a draw. Now you have both Darius and Poro to potentially enable Darius, but that Darius is going to be met with like Void Seeker smokescreen for sure and die. And then they have Rain to kill both Poro and Ravenbloom. So both players on very limited resources trying to scramble at last points and fight for it. Best play. Yeah, I think it was the best play. I think they found the best play. Like the potential best outcome was found there. Ray, and we are just dropping Poro and passing there. Not risking the Darius as we needed to conquer next turn potentially. And we are using Rain because we drew a second one, so we are using Rain to deal with that Poro, and we still don't have a body, so that Poro is getting blasted into oblivion right now. Huh. Student was smoked 2 -4 +2 spells. That's not 1v2. So they use smokescreen. Student goes back to 1. And then they use their own smokescreens. Student goes back up to 2. And then it's 2-in-2 trade. What a game. This is a finals of them finals. This is extremely close. But we have the Darius as our secret weapon. But that Darius will be met with smokescreen X-Tech Raid. We had to burn a lot due to using all them ticks on Poro though. And we find the Fox of that Yordle. Now is it the Darius play? Most like, do you, like, yeah, you have to smokescreen Ray if they do Darius. Because you can't use Rain. I mean, actually using that Rain there was probably the misplay that will cost the game. Because now, they kinda have to, like, they can't activate Rain next turn. So, like, they kinda have to play on low resources, whereas they could have just waited for that Poro to conquer and use X-Tech Ray on him. And, like, it's fine, you pay power, but, like, does not matter. Does not change anything. So, Darius is being dropped, able to restand because it's the second card of the turn, going into that Dreaming Tree, and you know that they don't have the access to Rain next turn, so might as well drop some board there. On Squeeze's side. Darius able to score, most likely. We are considering going Smokescreen plus Ray, but that is -2 power again. This is too much, we can't afford to pay that much, so we are just passing. He's squeezing Ops resource here, exactly. Squeezy, squeezing. Squeezing on Squeezy's side here. We finally see a Darius though, and that could change everything. Because now we are able to establish a body. But oh, and just like using X-Tech Ray on opponent's Darius is just good enough. And then we have no runes open for the smokescreen there. So we can't match that Fox. I guess this game is over, guys. I think this game is over. Because of that Rain. We should have just played it slow, I think. And kept that, just use that Ray on the Poro. Because now smokescreen is going to kill Darius. And we are passing, but they have the Fox and that game is over. We draw a card of Poro. But that Fox is already there. We are tapping 8 runes, drawing the Fox. And Fox is going to close that game, close that finals. And Squeeze, is the big champion of the Robalas Cup, #1. Big props to him for that game. What a great game that was. What a great game 3.